So yesterday we were looking at validations. So we have seen if I submit the user, oh, there is no data from the city. So I use DB seed as well. Probably. Okay, there was some issue there, so we'll ignore it for now. Don't want to waste much time on it. So we have the validation, so but I'm not able to see the errors. So how to set errors or display errors on the page? How to see what errors have caused the problem? So let us see on the console to understand the concept. Then we can show the errors onto the view. So I'll open console. Yes. So I want to create a user.new or user.create. I said new, so user.save, right? Save should return true or false, right?
Yes.
So it returns false. Fine, it returns false, but what is the problem? I'm not able to understand what is the problem. It's not able to save it, right? So if I want to know what errors have caused this to fail, I can always inspect by v dot or object dot errors. This method will return what active model errors object. So it consists of what errors have been thrown on that object. For example, first name can't be blank. I do not, because it's mandatory. If you look at the validations in here, first name should be there, last name should be there, age should be between 18 and 60. Okay. So can't be blank. Yes. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, last name can't be blank. Okay, that's a problem. Age also can't be blank, and is not a number. Numericality also we gave true, and inclusion also we gave. Right? Is not included in this. So these are the issues which are causing the record not to be saved to the database. Okay. So these issues, once I have this object, right? So what is the object returned if you say u dot errors?
If you all the details of it.
Yeah, active model errors object. So why I'm specific? Because I want to show you what methods are available that you can use in order to show the messages cleanly on the view, on the browser. So let's see. So active model errors. What are the methods available? So I'm going to show you full messages. This is the most used method. So let's apply this method on full underscore messages, right? I'll come. So u dot errors is this. Full messages are this. So I have an array of messages. What can I do? I can simply iterate over this array and simply display it on the view, right? As simple as that. I need not do anything else, right? Understood?
Yes.
So this is one important method. Blank. Count the number of errors we got. This will use, okay. Yeah, all these methods we can use, for example, values. But the only method what we use is count and full messages so that we could display on the view. Anything else you want to use, you can always refer to the documentation and see what are available. Okay, so let's add is a very important method that I'll discuss when I discuss about custom validations in Rails. So let us go here and try to write code in order to display the errors. So I need to go to user.html.erb. I'll simply I'll write. Where are the errors stored? So this form is created on which object? Well, let's check which object.
New user.
Yeah, add that user, right? Because new user, add that user. It is created for object called add that user. So the errors will be on which object?
Add user.
Add that user. Yes, add user. So let us say add users errors full underscore messages. This I'll try to display here. Right? They are getting displayed. So this one we'll write some HTML in order to show in a better way. Okay? But our job is to get the data, okay, onto the page, the object, so that I can iterate over these things and simply display the messages in HTML. So let us write HTML on this. So first I can say A and Y question mark. Probably if you remember, there is a method called any in enumerable module. If there are any errors, if there are errors on the user model, a user object, sorry, then I want to display those. So I'll create an order list. So in here, I want to display the message. So in order to display the message, first I have to iterate through the errors, right? So where are the errors? On add user, right? Dot
H.
errors dot full underscore messages dot each do, because it's an array, I can use each method, right?
Yes, see.
Message, and here in the li I want to display the message equal to message. Right, I think this should do the trick. Let us see whether it works or not. right? If you want to put it in a div and give red color to the messages and all this stuff, you can simply put it in a div. Put it inside it. Give it some ID. User errors. Some ID. A generic also you can say errors.
Question here.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. So this will print all errors related to all fields, right?
Right.
Can we specify, for example, for one field? So if we want to print each error next to its field, so we can do that.
You mean beside
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is done in
So
JavaScript. It is not done in Rails. You can't do it.
so in Rails we have to print it all.
Yes.
Okay.
So that feature, right? There are JavaScript plugins available, validation plugins. So if you use that, right, you need to simply pass an array of errors to that plugin. So that plugin will take care. So whatever array we have seen, we have, okay. So this array is coming from the server, right? This one, if you pass to that plugin will take care of displaying beside the
field.
column. Yes, the field. So, but in Rails, directly that option is not there.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you really want to do that, then you have to write a lot of if conditions in here. So here, so for example, here, so if you look at here, there is a method called full message for attribute. So this I can use full message for, again repeat. Okay, I'll simply say which is the attribute first name, right?
Yeah.
So I have to do this. Undefined full messages for, yeah, I'm sorry, because it's on user.errors, right?
Okay. Yeah.
That is on the whole object, so I have to call on that like this.
Okay. So if I want to display each one, I have to write a condition next to each
Yeah.
validated.
Since I'm not calling it the new user stuff, right? So again, so conditionally you have to handle and put in this statement after each and every field. The particular like first name, right? Then last name and so on. But this makes the page a bit heavier, and the better option would be always use a JavaScript plugin. Okay, front end plugins available, right? So they will handle it. So server has less to do, right?
Okay. So yeah, I understand.
Okay. Okay, we are writing something. Okay, errors and UL and so on. Okay, got it. Let us write CSS, app assets, style sheets. I will write it in application CSS because this will be used on all the controller views, right? On the views. So, hash errors. That Okay, so this is right. You put it in a div. I want to give an background color. I'm not a CSS guy. You can beautify the front end. Design engineers can modify a lot of very gracefully, and also you can use Bootstrap. Okay, so you can do all this stuff by specifying width. I'm sorry. Okay, again you can give another div, and all modifications can be done by front end engineers, front end developer, and HTML and CSS design engineers. You can make changes. So like this, we can display the errors on the page. Also, you can display how many errors have been encountered. Something like, for example, I want to have an I want to show these many errors have occurred. So how many errors have we occurred? So how can we get the count? Can anyone tell me how can we get the count?
Length or size or count?
Yeah, that's
It's
it.
count.
Errors dot count is count method is already there.
Yeah.
So I can say count. Five. Okay, 5 errors. Five errors have occurred. I want to have 5 errors have occurred. What can I do? Yesterday we have seen text helper called pluralize, if you remember. Text helpers. Rails text helpers. Pluralize is the method. Action view helper, text helper, right? I can use this method. Pluralize this piece. So the text is error. So I'll remove this, save it. Let us see if this works or not. 5 errors have occurred. Right? If I give a single error, right? If I remove a couple of validations, it will say 1 error has occurred. Had occurred. Okay. So understood how we display errors onto the view and how we see the message errors. So we see the errors on the object. Object dot errors is the method to see the errors what are there on that particular object. Okay. Any questions on this?
No.
No? Okay. So let us continue with our validations. So I have to give this in order to do that. So that is why it is throwing an error. City name is not included in the list. So this is the error. So if I want to override any of the errors what we see here, I can always do that by passing a message option. If you look at any of the validation methods, there would be a message option. So I want to give instead of first name can't be blank, first name should be present. Okay, so I want to override the message. In that case, what can I do is I should extend this a bit to syntax. Please follow the syntax, a bit confusing for newcomers, but pretty easy. Message should be present. So first name, I changed the message or overrided the message should be present. Let us submit once again. First name should be present, right? So similarly, I can override any of the message. Like I want to have a message, for example, it need not be on the admin, right? First name is reserved. First name should not be the provided one. Please, first name is already taken. Something like that. So I can give in here. So what I'll do is I'll put here. In here I can override the message again. Message first name is provided is not accepted, something like that. Okay. Some message of your choice. So first name provided is not accepted. Please choose another, something like that message you want to provide. You can override the message. Okay. So let us go to the next validation and see, for example, I want to validate for a particular format. Okay, generally we do it for email addresses, dates, etc. Right? So those things I can give a format. So format, we'll take an option called with and provide the regular expression. We can take the example. If you search for format of something like this, validate format of message, that's common for all the validations, with the regular expression that the attribute matches. Without regular expression, that attribute doesn't match. See, opposite of with is without. You can use any of it. Okay, so format of screen name with person or something, or just format of email without no spam. It means no spam should not be present. Without means, okay, no spam should not be present. So let us use this without just as an example for our first name. It should not contain no spam in the given this thing. Okay, I'll say no spam. I can say ignore case if case is want to ignore the case. So no spam I put in there. Now we can see first name is invalid because format, it should not contain no spam. I gave a regular expression. Okay. For example, I want a specific, sorry, I'm writing JavaScript these days, so I'm getting used to that. Format with, for example, it should always start with a capital letter. Something like that. It should always start with a capital letter. So what should I write in here? Backslash A, right? A to Z. That's it. It should start with this format. So I'll give a lowercase. Okay. Is there any kind of length? No, length issues are not there. So you should say get again. First name is invalid. Again, you have to get the same thing. First name is invalid because hello is not starting with a capital. So let us give capital hello. So there is no error for first name because format. So format generally you use for email addresses stuff, right? Majorly you'll use for email address. But fortunately with HTML5, the browser itself validates the email address is proper or not, right? These days. But even then you have to have a server-side validation. Because everything from the browser, see nowadays everything doesn't come from browser also, right? You can write JavaScript and also post to the server. So make sure that you have validations in place. Okay. So format, that is format. So what are we left out with? Confirmation of acceptance, I'll take it at the last, but for now I'll take up uniqueness of size of. Did we look at size of? No, I did not, right? Okay. Sizes are pretty easy. Or length or size of are the same. So length what are the options available? The options available are in, within, is. So these kind of options will be available. What is that? Length of. See here examples. See, that is why you have only the documentation only for validates length of. So if you look, you can always Google it, but generally the easiest way to find out with the deprecated methods. But you can still use these methods, okay? So length of first name maximum it should be 30. Last name maximum 30. Message less than 30 if you don't mind, something like that. In it accepts a range. This we have already seen, I guess. But that's age. So that in is for inclusion. This is length. Okay. Allow nil true. Okay. Allow blank true. So if you allow blank, the validation will not execute. Right. If someone enters anything in that field only, then only the validation will be applied. Otherwise, it will not be applied. Okay. So let us see some length of. So within is same as in. Minimum you can give and give it two short message. Too long message and too short message you can give at a time. Too long, too short. Is exactly, it should be 4 characters. Four characters. Okay. Papa is spelled with 4 characters. Length of words in an essay. This is important. We can pass a lambda. So words in essay. So essay dot scan some words. So essay is your column. Okay, essay is your column, and you want to scan for words. So if you scan for words, it will give you to scan for words. It will give an array of words.
Words.
Right. So validates length of this minimum 100. You can specify for an essay kind of a large paragraph where you want the minimum should be these many words, right? That kind of validation also you can do with this inbuilt size length validation. Size or length, both are the same. So let us apply one of the validation length maximum. Maximum is 10 and minimum is 5. So instead of that, I can simply say 10 and 10 dot dot 5, right? Shortcut. Last name is too short. Okay. I mean, I wrote it for last name. I guess I have written it for last name. 1 second. So I gave it for last name. That is why it is throwing an error for the last name. Yes, minimum is 5 characters. So let me give 3 characters on it. It should say the same. Last name is too short. Minimum is 5. Maximum is 10, right? So I'll give something which is more than 10. Last name is too long. Maximum is 10 characters. Okay, something like that. Okay. Maximum, minimum. Instead of this, I can simply say in as well. In 5 to 10. or else is. Is means exactly those many characters. So last name, I say only 3. Last name is long length, should be 5 characters. Okay. So that is about length validation. Size is also the same. I mean, it's just an alias method. So even size is the same. If you look at the implementation, it will throw the same. Oh, size validator, they removed it. Okay. So you have to say LENGTH. No other. So what are validations we are left out? Uniqueness is one thing. Uniqueness. So once a username or name is entered, you don't want that to be to be taken in again. So let us say validates name unique sync true. Unique true or uniqueness true, I just forgot, but let us try. But name should be unique. So I don't have any data, I guess, in our database because I dropped so quickly I will create I can directly say create. Okay, created. So now we have Hemant Kumar in the database. I'll try to give GMLTH and see, I have to give a space, right? That's the problem. So it is difficult for me to handle. For just to show you how unique works, I'll give a space. What did I give here? Kumar. Unique validator is not there, I guess. Unique. Spelling correct or wrong? Yeah. It has not taken even, I guess I wrote something wrong, but generally it will pick it up. Yeah, last name is wrong length and these kind of things are shooting up. So let me have a validation on something else. Okay, unique validation on something else. For example, age should be unique. Okay, let us take age itself is unique. Age, yes. So here, uniqueness true. So age already I have 35 in the database, I guess. So I submit. Age has already been taken. So it means the username is already been taken. That's what you get, right? So already taken. It means it should be unique. I just showed it for age, but generally you will do it for usernames, right? Email addresses, these kind of stuff, right? So I understood uniqueness, unique validation. Any questions on validations?
No.
No, right? So, but name validation, if you look at the name validation, we have done earlier, if you've seen, I wrote something like validates name, right? Uniqueness is true, but this did not work, right? This did not work. So why did it not work? Now let us comment these validations existing on these two first and last names, and we give Hemant and space Kumar is required, right? Just for cross checking. It is not at all taking it. Okay. So if I want to validate saying that this name is already exists in the database, right? I should write some custom validation, right? Let us take this case as a custom validation. Def check name unique, check for name uniqueness, something like that. Let me check whether this code is being executed or not. In order to execute, I have to say this is custom validation. Check name unique. Validate is the method. So let us syntax error. What is the syntax error? Oh, sorry. This is syntax error. Okay. I'll explain that in a moment. So our flow bybug, the debugger has stopped here. So let me check whether it exists or not. False. Let us check whether the first name, yes, it is getting. Last name, space Kumar, yes, it also. Oh, I asked in space Kumar. Okay, fine. Let us modify this a bit. Continue. I'll remove the space in here because I'm already checking for it. So here again exists. I want to check for exists. True. Right. So it exists in our database. So what did I do is, so let us come to the explanation. Custom validations in Rails. We are discussing about custom validations in Rails. So anything, any validations which can't be done by the default validations available in Rails. Okay, maximum everything can be covered in here. Okay, everything will be covered in here. But if some case it doesn't work, you can always write your own custom validations. Okay, some validation with a very big, huge flow kind of things can be written. So in our case, for example, we are not able to validate for name because we have only name column and we have first name and last name in the view. So what we have done is we have written a custom validation, check name unique, and written some code. So what did we write here? So user dot find by name. I'll explain this find by name and all after this complete this validation session. So what it effectively does is it will simply find by the column named name, because there is a column called name, right? So let us check. Let us execute this. You will get an idea on the console. So this is the console, right? I'll say find by Hemant space Kumar. Find by that name in the database if anyone exists. Yes, this guy is, or this record is Hemant Kumar with the name. If I remove the space in between and simply say Hemant Kumar, right? It will say, sorry, remove this space. It will say no, right? Because there is no one or no user with a name called Hemant Kumar. So basically find by name is finding my name. Select star from users where name is Hemant space Kumar. That query it executes. So it found and it returned the record. So that assignment that I made it, I queried the database. If it is nil, you return false. It doesn't exist, right? If it exists, return true. Now I have to add an error to the existing object. Okay. Till now, we have seen the default Rails adding errors onto the object, right? Onto the user object. Agree? Till now, we have seen errors being added to the Rails user object by Rails. Did we add any errors onto it?
No.
No, right? So how do I add the error? So self is the object, right? So I can either write self.errors.add or simply errors.add. Add is the method. On which attribute you want to add? On which attribute? Name, right?
Okay.
Or else first name and last name. I mean, specifically you want to add, you can do, but whatever attribute you give, a specify an attribute name. Is already
Okay.
taken, something like that, already exists in the database. Please choose other name. Please choose another, whatever makes sense. So let us now see whether this custom validation is working or not. Name is already taken, please choose another, right?
Yes.
This also worked earlier, it did not take it, I guess. Okay. Name is already taken, please choose another. So custom validation. So custom validation, simply write a method and whatever validation, use the method self.errors.add. Your logic goes in here of the validation and use that method add in order to add on that particular attribute the message. Any questions on validation?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there a difference between validate? It's come with in line 17.
Yeah, sign 17.
Yeah, validate with S. And in custom validate, we write validate without S.
Yeah, this is custom validation. Custom validation is done by validate method.
Okay.
So here we have to give our own validation. Okay.
Yes.
So this is default Rails validations, active record validations, helper methods, right? This is custom validation, our own validations. We have to provide that name in here, the method name, and that will execute. Basically, this method accepts another method. That method will be executed. Understood? Right?
Yes, it's clear now.
So now let us see Query methods. How to query data from the tables. Okay, so we will see in the console, and if possible, please take a note of it also. I want to find a particular record from a table by its primary key. User is the table user dot find one. So I gave the ID, it returned me
Object.
the object or record. If I say find two, two is not existing in our database. So it throws an error. Active record not found. I'm not able to find a record with ID 2. Okay? So let me add a few. Let me add a few. Let me add a few records for better querying. User dot create. Name. My age is okay, a random number of between 0 and 100. Okay. So rand is a function which will generate a random number basically. If you put it in between 80, it will give 0 and 80. Age, then gender, can I do rand? Unexpected 0. There is a method where I can toggle it. Once it will return M and once it will return. Okay. Let's continue here. Gender. Okay, a few syntax errors. Okay, so we got inserted, the values being inserted. Fine. I should have inserted last name also. Okay. So last name is not there. So we have 20 records in our table now. User dot find one will give me 1, 2, comma 3 will give me 2 and 3 as well. Okay, it's an, please remember the return type of find is an array. It's an array, right? Simple Ruby array. Okay. So find is a method where you give an array of IDs or a single ID. It will return those records in an array. Okay. Understood? It's a very important method. Now, find by or find user dot first. It will get the first record. User dot last. It will get the last record. User dot does it have first 5? I want to get the first 5 records. Okay, I can use first 5. Similarly, last 5 records. Last 5 will give you last 5 records. Okay. User dot find by. These are called wherever you say find underscore by the column name. These are called dynamic finders. Hemant Kumar. So dynamically a method will be created in the background. Find by name, it will find by that particular column called name. So if that is the case, can I say find by name and age? Age is 35. Yes. So please look at the query that is being formed. Select star from users where user.name is this Hemant Kumar and users.age is 35. And gender. I want to also specify gender, comma M. So there is one record. If I say age is 36, there is no record by the criteria. So find by name and age and gender. So all these find by name and age. So basically we are trying to find by the column names, right? These are called dynamic finders. Dynamic finders. Okay. So all these return a single object or an array of objects. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay. So now let's see about a method called where. user dot where and give a condition. Condition in object notation, key value pair kind of name or simply age. Okay, age. So I have one record with age. What is the return type in here? What is a return object?
Array.
No, it's not an array. No. It is active record relation object. Please remember, find will return an array, but where will not return an array. Okay, find will return nil if the ID is not there. But for example, 1000. This will not return nil, it will return active record relation object only. Okay?
Okay. It will back relation active record of the relation only.
Yes, active record relation object. So like this, see, basically it's a condition. In SQL, we write select star from users where age is such, right? Equal to this much. So that is what we are trying to do. So I want to get the count of it. I want to generally get the count of the user table, 21. So select count star from users. It's not getting all the records and saying dot size or dot length. It is count. Select count star from users. Okay. I want to get a count of these, for example, where age is 0. I can specify count in here also. The count, the number of records returned are 1. So people with no SQL knowledge can easily work on active record queries. These are called active record queries to get data from the database tables. Understood? Right? Any questions? Where?
So if again please if you add the account to where what will it give me again?
Pardon?
If when you added the account query to where, just give us
One.
yes there's the number of
Yeah, number of records. You're right. Number of records. Okay. I want to know the number of records between age 0 to 18. Okay, I want the count. I'm not able to see the count, right? 3 people are there in this user table with age 0 to 18. Okay. I can specify that ranges also. Now also give multiple what do you call conditions in where. See, it's not always one condition, right? You write multiple conditions. I want IDs. So how many of 5, 6, and 19, right? I'll say IDs in 1 to 10. So how many records will I get?
count. You need to add it to the counts, right?
Yeah, how many will I get? 2, right?
Yes.
Simply 2. Why? Because 5, 6. Another one is 19. So if I said 20 here, then I'll get 3, right? So multiple conditions. So I can specify multiple conditions for where. I want only specific values, like the age should be only 35 and 64. Leave a word count. Okay. Please see the query. Select star from users where age in. The in query will be applied there. Okay. The in query will be applied and not the other condition between. So we are searching for exactly a user with age 35 or 64. Okay, and also 64 basically. Okay. So if anyone who has age 19, right? So I'll get 2 records now. I want to get the first one. I can change the method first. So I want to get out of these 2, I want to get only the first one. Okay.
So first one, it will give me the first.
Yeah, first record out of these 2. If I say last, it will give the last record out of these 2. 19. This guy.
I can use as well first and last was fine, right?
Pardon?
I can use first and last was find as well.
Yeah, yes. With find also you can use. See, not really find user.first. User.last directly, not on find, direct methods. Okay. There is no user.find first. This is not there. Oh, you mean to say, okay, I got it. You mean to say this? Yeah, this is possible. Okay. This is also possible. So I want users where not. Okay, not is a method. Where not age is not. It means age is not 35. So there are around 20 records as far as I know. Dot, these are 20 records. A dot count will give me a count of it. Right? Because I know that Hemant Kumar only that record is 35. Right? That is why I'm pretty sure that 20 records will be age which are not 35. Right? So not condition. This not was not existing earlier. I guess it should not exist in 5.1 as far as you know. Okay. So not. Very important method. Passing arguments. Passing arguments to the condition. For example, you want to pass arguments from the view to the method. There's something like filtering. You want to filter by name, some particular name. So you have to pass that name to the server, right? Via form. So then how to write queries? So that is user dot where, please always remember single quotes, age greater than and give a question mark. Okay, only single quotes, then only it will get sanitized. Sanitized in the sense people cannot enter malicious queries. Okay, SQL injection attacks. Okay, simply they'll write some query, like this. It means comment in database, right? Delete star from or drop table users. They'll usually they can judge what is the user table, right? Users table or user underscore table underscore users. This is the general naming convention of any database table. So they'll try all these combinations so that your table will be wiped off from the production data, production server, production database server. So make sure, please always remember, you should always give in single quotes. Where condition always single quotes and question mark, and this is called the sanitized query. By default, Rails will do it for you. Okay, age greater than 10. So these many people are there with age greater than 10. I'll say age greater than 50. So these many people, I'll simply count just to know. There are 5 people with 5 users with age greater than 50. So this 50 will come in from the browser or as a parameter basically. Multiple conditions. So age is and gender equal to question mark, comma,
And
m. 4 records with m's. You can validate it. If you check for the genders, there will be 4 records, all of them with gender m. Yes, right? M, 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 M. If you want to check records for F, it should be only 1 now, right? Because there are 5 records with greater than 50 age. There is only 1 female in those elderly users. So sanitization, please note sanitize query. Single quotes is mandatory. Otherwise, there is a chance of 100% SQL injection attacks. Name like. See, some places use like query, right? So user dot where single quotes, as I told you, name like question mark, and please don't use that percentage inside it, but outside whatever string. Here you can use your percentage and percentage. Did not substitute. Sorry. No need of this simple string, right? So I'll say this. So name like, do the percentages in the parameter to be passed and not in here like not in here like percentage and you substitute that whatever search parameters is coming in. Please don't do that. This is the way to do. Otherwise, it is open for SQL injection attacks. Okay. Security violation.
okay.
Right. user dot where I did some age greater than somewhere. Yeah, age greater than 50, I have 5 people, right? Or age. So 20 people are there whose name is not like Hemant. Okay, Hemant is not there in the name. Okay, so if that is the case, so we were discussing about, okay, not, I want to order by the column age. Okay, so as you can see, age 0 starts in, and probably the last one would be the highest number.
What is the meaning of order query?
Ordering, see, you can see order by user's age ascending.
By user. Okay.
Okay, you want to order particular set of records by ascending or descending, right? So like this, order, age, ascending by default if you give. So if you want to say descending, you can do this descending 94 and so on. Just ordering the records. That is, in database we order the records, right?
So I can
Database concept.
order a query and another record with it.
Pardon?
So I can, for example, if I can call the name and order the age with it, right?
Yeah.
So that is the function of order here.
Yeah. Order is by age. You want to order the records by age. Okay. Decreasing order and increasing order of age. That's the meaning. Okay, that is order. So I don't want, see, these many records are there. How many records are there? 20 records are there. So I don't want all this, these records. I only want 3 records. I want to limit it for 3 records. So it means the first 3. Limit is always the first 3. Okay.
Okay.
A small question for you. I want the users. Okay, who is the eldest guy? Age 94, ID 9. Who is the second eldest? 91. Third eldest is 81. So I want to get the third eldest user from the database.
Want to get what again? The oldest?
The same, but dot minimum.
Don't?
Same command and dot minimum.
Yeah, something like that. See, I'm asking the database concept, not Rails actually. I'm not asking any Rails. I want to get the eldest user from the database table. Can you tell me the query what you use?
Would be user were not age. For example,
We use something called offset. Okay. We'll order by age, descending, and say offset. Database, everything is database concept only. So offset, if I do the offset, limit 3 and offset 2, it will give me offset 2 means you skip the first 2 records, offset. You skip the 2 records, it has to give me the 3rd record. See? Right?
Okay.
You want only 1 record, you can simply say limit 1, offset 2. Only 1 record. The 3rd eldest user in the database, in the data what we have, the users table. Right?
So the offset, it will be exclude the first 2.
Exactly. So if you want to get the 2nd eldest, you only tell me. If I want to get the 2nd eldest is user ID 12, age 91. So can you tell me the query dot limit, only 1 record I want, so 1, and dot offset, how many offset?
1.
1. 1 only. Okay.
What if I wrote it without limit?
If you write it without limit, it will get 19 records. Okay.
Okay.
So if you count it right, 19 records. Generally, if you are not doing an offset, what is the count? 20, right?
Yeah.
But you are doing an offset, so it means it will remove or skip the first one. So it would be 19 now. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So all the database operations what we do in SQL, right, can be done via Rails active record queries. That is what we are trying to learn here. Okay. Let us see few more newer, I mean, from 5 they exist, but relatively newer in Rails concepts of averages, etc. I want to get a sum of a particular column. Okay, sum of a particular column, something like sum of ages. Sum of age. So sum of, by this condition, I have 20 records, right? The sum of all their ages is 832.
Okay.
So
Also,
where
you
do
don't
you
need
use? Generally, where do you use this? For sum, for example, I'll simply. Someone has a doubt. Yeah, continue, please. I'll explain it later. Yeah.
dot order. I think we don't need it, right? Because we will get a count. We won't show the data. So don't order dot order. We don't need it.
Yeah, we don't need it. See, just I already have it. I put in like that. Just to get the age, it's not needed. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. So where do you use this sum?
Because we use it with any record to have integers.
Yeah, generally, for example, a user customer shops adds items to his cart, right? Okay. For example, he buys.
Use it in the wallets, for example.
He buys, for example, he buys A. Price is 10. He buys B product. Price is 20. Similarly, C 30. Similarly, D some 25, so on. So I want to get the sum of all the price, total price that he purchased. I can do a sum, right? Okay, order by, fetch all the records of a particular user, what he purchased on this date as part of order ID, and get the sum of the prices. That is his bill, right? Total checkout bill, right? So those kind of scenarios I can use sum. So you want it in a reverse order, for example. Okay.
Okay.
We have seen order. You want reverse order. You can use ASC, DSC as we have specified earlier.
Yeah.
I want to group records by means of a column. For example, group is a method, group by age. I guess each and every age is unique, I guess. I'm not sure, but I guess this is specific to PG. I never encountered this in MySQL. So I'll have a look at it and explain in the tomorrow session, the grouping stuff. Okay. It is specific to PG. I don't want to waste time by searching around now. So I'll skip this off. Tomorrow, the first hour, I'll see why it's an issue with PG and any other alternative is given for grouping in PG database. Okay. So I want to get all some where condition and pluck only. Pluck is a very important method. You get me only age columns, values of age columns. So it is an here pluck is an array. Please remember this is an array, right? Plain array. So what it does, it select user's age. It only selects age from the user's table by some condition, whatever condition you give. But basically we are selecting only the age column value. Okay. So whatever you want to, for example, can you do this? Let's check. So it will give an associative kind of array. If you're trying to get 2, 3 and so on, it would be always in this format. Okay. So pluck is generally used regularly in development, pluck, because we don't work with all the columns at a time. Only a few columns we try to get it right, so we use pluck. Now, I want the object with a specific column. So then I have to say specific column or columns. So I have to use select. Now we can see it is active record relation. Pluck did not give you active record relation. Instead, it gave you an array. But select user ID, age, and gender. So you want age and gender. So it gave you only age and gender. I want to select. So what is this? Select user's age, select user's gender from user's table. Okay. So selecting only those columns. So what is the average age of users in this table users in our database? User dot average of that particular column. We want to know the average sales of a average order value of the orders table. So this is the average age of the users. So in the orders table, in this month you want to get the average amount of orders, the price, right? We can use this average method to calculate as simple as uh, very quickly to get the value. What is the maximum value or maximum value of a particular column in the database? User dot maximum value of a particular column, that is age, as far as I know it is 94, right? Yes. Maximum. Can I do it for first name? Name. Hemant Kumar. It applies the length, right? Maximum. Strings, right? So it will apply for the length. Because Hemant Kumar is the largest string in the entire 21 records in our table. Any questions so far?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's different if it's reading from a database like active record
What is the difference between?
between select and bulk? If it is this reading from a database directly, select.
Yes. Pluck will give you the values as an array. See, I simply say user dot pluck. Okay. Pluck only the age column. Sorry. It only gets the values as an array. But here, if you're saying select, right, it returns active record relation with age. So these are objects again, user objects. Inside it, you find user objects, right? This active record relation, inside it, user objects again. Here, there is no user object. It is an integer, plain integer, and an array. Understood?
Yes, no, thank you.
Yes. Similarly, I have minimum. Just like maximum, I have minimum. First one is the minimum, it seems. Okay. It compares the string length as well as the characters. Maximum we've seen. Okay, let us see the minimum of age column. Is 0, as we know. One of the record contains 0 as the age, right? Some important methods for example, there is a method called explain where for integer, I'm sorry, it's not for this. I have to write a query where age 0. So explain, as you know, like in all the databases, you'll have an explain keyword followed by your SQL query. It will give the query plan and how much time it's taken to execute that. So if it takes a larger amount of time, it's your duty as a developer to optimize the query. So this explain will help you showing the execution times and the query plans for the current query. So if you want to use it, you can use it. So this is about finding or retrieving data from tables. There are a couple of methods like joins and includes eager loading. That I'll take up when I'll discuss about multiple tables, that is associations. Okay, so associations, once we get to associations, then we'll look into the other couple of methods. So how to update a particular record, create a record we have seen already, but how to update the record, how to delete the record, how to update a particular attribute or multiple attributes of a record. Let us see now. User equal to user dot something like that. I'll say simply last. So user is the user object. User dot update underscore attribute. So it means I want to update an attribute of a particular user. Okay, let me update. So age is 0. User is this guy. Okay. User dot update underscore attribute. See, if you look at undefined method update attribute for user active record relation. See, update attribute, if you look at, it's a method of for an instance, user instance. So I can't use that on an active record relation object, right? You're getting the point. So he says age to 25. Let's see what happens. Update user set age is where user dot age is 0. So make sure that the class hierarchies and the classes that we discussed in Ruby should be very much kept in mind while working with Rails. That's the only thing you need to take care of. Everything else you can find it in the documentation. See, I can't use update attribute. For example, if you Google for updating an attribute in Rails, okay, you'll definitely get update attribute. But you try to call where, but where will return active record relation object, right? Okay, so update attribute cannot be used on that because it should be used only on user or that particular model object instance. Okay, so make sure that whatever methods you're trying to use, right, they are part of that. For example, let us see active record relation. Search for that active record relation. Okay, this is the module. Sorry. See, update all method is there. Values method is there. Okay. Dot values. So it gives what the values are on that particular query. All these methods, any blank, question mark. Yes, it is blank because there is no user with age 0, right? No, because we updated it already, right? So blank, yes, true. All these methods, delete, destroy, delete all, empty question mark. I can use empty question mark also in here. True. It's empty. The output is empty. So always please remember these methods you have to be always when you're trying to query something. Okay. So you queried something. You queried by using where. You can use all these methods. So this page should be open and you should know that I can apply any of this according to my requirement. I can use these methods. Okay. So mostly users update all, delete all. Okay. So now I want to update. This is an active record relation query that I update. If I'm doing an active record find query, okay, something like user equal to user dot find or user dot last is also find on, right? So it returns a user object directly, right? User object directly. So it had returned a user object directly, then I can use user dot update attribute, okay, and specify age is currently 48, right? So I'll change it to a different one. Age, I'll make it as 50. To see the query being executed, update user set age is 50, where users.id is 21. So use update attribute on the user object and update all on the where active record relation object. Understood the difference between the two? Any confusion?
Can you more elaborate, please?
Your voice was breaking. Can you come again?
Can you elaborate that update attribute again?
See, update attribute, you want to update a particular attribute, column.
Okay.
Of a record, of a particular record. I can use update attribute method.
So
also update all method. But update all method should be used on queries like these using where condition. This will return active record relation object, right?
yes.
But user dot find one, user dot first, these kind of queries return directly user object, right?
Okay. So
Yes, then you have to use
an active record first to implement this update.
right. Yes, update attribute. You have to use update attribute for this. Similarly, let's come again. User is one. user equal to user dot find 15 user dot delete. Okay, I want to delete it. It deletes the user where users dot id is this. Okay.
Okay.
I want to update multiple attributes of a particular record. So I'll say find two. So user is ID number 2. User dot update attributes and give attribute values. So I'll make this age 51 and the name is what? First one, right? So I'll say John Doe. Second warning. Update attributes is deprecated and will remove from 6.1. Please use update instead. Okay. Okay. So as it said, if it is 6.1, right? So you should not use update attributes. Instead, you have to use
Update.
update. So in your application 5.1, you can use update attributes. Okay. That will return true or false.
Okay.
I can set the value directly. For example, if user.age equal 50, for example, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't get the question.
Now you can write user equal user.find 2, for example, okay? And
Equal to user dot find 2, yeah.
okay, and then write user.age
User dot age
equal
to, yeah, you can do that.
any value. But I have to use save after this one, or
Yes, you
already
have to
saved?
use save. Yeah, you have to save. Otherwise, it won't get updated.
Hmm.
So multiple lines of code, right? Unnecessary. Again, setting the age, again saving it, right?
Hmm.
Simply, I can do it by using update. I can update multiple values as well in a single go, right?
Right.
So delete is one thing. I want to, yeah, I'll discuss save bang also in here. Okay. Okay. So we have seen user equal to user dot new kind of stuff, right? And new user dot new and we used to say user dot save kind of, right?
Yes.
User dot save. Save will return what? True or false, right? We discussed multiple times. Save will return
Yes.
true or false. If it is saved, it will return. Yeah. I say user dot save. It's a rollback. Clearly, it is a rollback, right? So it means false. You did not save to the database, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, so if it's not safe, it will be false, right?
Yes, if it is not saved, it will return false.
Oh.
So that's what it did, false. But there is another method called save bang. So this method will show why did it fail. It will not return, it will throw an error directly and show why did it fail. The saving failed because of what? Okay. So that's the difference between save and save bang. Similarly, there is also a create bang which does the same thing. So I say user.create. I don't give anything. It's a rollback. Create bang or user equal to user.new. And say user dot. Oh no, I was right. Okay. User dot create. So create bang will return. I mean, it will not return anything. It will directly throw the error. Why did it fail? Got it? So that's the difference between create and create bang. So understood? Mostly we don't use it, but for our cases, like where we use in console, we want to see like what is happening wrong, right? Then we can use it. Or else we can directly see the errors on the object also that we've already discussed. Some utility methods, that's it. Okay. Any questions so far?
هو safe ban user dot safe ban that mean it will be same as the create ban, right? Same the result.
Yes. Save bang is the same as create bang. It will throw error and it will show the error basically why the save has failed. If any validations are there, basically, if there are any validations, that will be shown. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So what else do we have? I'll just check.
We have also destroy.
Yes. So destroy. I mean, I have to discuss callbacks. I'll discuss callbacks now. So there is a difference between delete and destroy. But I have to write callbacks in order to show you that. Okay, I'll show you that destroy. The difference is basically, for example, user equal to user.last. So you say user.delete, he gets deleted, that you know. Even destroy also gets deleted, same query. But the difference is there is something called callbacks in Rails that we'll discuss now. So the callbacks will be executed if you call destroy. And callbacks will not be executed if you call delete. Okay? That you might not understand right now. So once we are done with active record callbacks, right? We can see that. Okay. So now only we can start active record callbacks. But callbacks or associations I'm thinking of. It's better. I guess we can start off with associations, then look into callbacks. Associations is a major part actually. So let us start off with associations. After we complete associations, we will see, or in the middle we can see active record callbacks. Fine. Again, a bit of theory. So what is the relation between, for example, user and comments that he posts on blog? What is the relation between these two tables? If at all there is a table called users and table called comments.
One-to-many relation.
So one-to-many relation. For example, customer and a bank account of a particular branch.
One-to-one?
Yes. One-to-one relation. Any example of many-to-many relations you can think of?
A phone number, for example.
Phone number, I didn't get how phone number is an.
No problem. It's false.
Anyone? Many-to-many relation. Simple, books and authors, right? Okay.
Yes.
Books and authors is the basic example for many-to-many, because a book can be authored by one guy or couple of guys or three guys, how many number of guys, right? People. Similarly, an author can author any number of books. Got it? Right? That's an example. Books and authors is a classic example of many-to-many relations. Similarly, students and classes. Projects and developers and projects, the best example, right? Developers and projects, right? Companies make developers to work on multiple projects, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So this is the best example actually. This is the best example for many-to-many relations. Fine. Any other relations you know of in the real world? So maximum you find these relations, right? One-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many, right? So in RDBMS, like PostgreSQL or MySQL or MySQL Server, etc., we will relate two tables. For example, users table. Here I meant to have a table comments table. There are two tables. So how do you relate these tables?
As many?
For example, yeah, no, I'm not technically, it's just, I mean, a general non-technical kind of a discussion. So you want to, I mean, one too many, you want to have a relation, you want to achieve that in database. How can we do it? So we can do it. This is the primary key of this guy. And this one is this. He has a name and so on. This has a summary, title, something like that, right? Or common text, simply text. But how would I relate this guy to this guy? By foreign key, right?
Yes.
What the foreign key? User underscore ID should be there in this. So how will the data be represented? For example, user1, name of the user is user1, one record, ID and name of it. Second record, ID, name of it. Third record. Okay, fine. So in comments table, if I want to have records, some ID of the comment, text is text1. Who posted that comment? ID of the user, right?
Yes.
Similarly, second record, text 2, ID of the record, same user has posted. 3, text 3, some other user. So clearly I can say, okay, this comment has been posted by user 3, this comment has been posted by user 3, this comment has been posted by user 1. Okay, this is how we relate real databases. So in Rails, if you want to relate, there are no tables in Rails, right? Rails application. All tables are accessed via ORM, that is called ORM, Object Relational Mapping. ORM means Object Relation Mapping. So, between model and database table. So ORM library, what we are using, what Rails uses by default is active record, right? Your table is mapped to the model class, right? That is why we are able to say user.all. Oh, the major method I forgot is user.all will return all the records of the user table. Okay. Okay. Model and database table. Model is mapped to the database table. That is only a model. So if that is the case, how should I relate? So in our Rails application, only the models are only tables, right? We should treat them as tables. So how do I relate them? So I should relate them using something called associations. Associations in Rails. So what is the advantage of having associations in Rails? The advantage is this. The advantage or multiple advantages is lot of auto-generated methods. Simple dynamic methods for the developer. For creating, deleting, selecting, associating the objects. Okay. Clear, oops. Okay, because we have relations, right? Clear object oriented. We work on objects. So still there are a lot of advantages. Major advantages are these. So how do we relate models? So we relate models in Rails. So how do we relate models in Rails? Using associations. So let us see what are the available associations in Rails. Later on we'll discuss with an example how to get those associations in place. So to achieve one-to-one association or one-to-one relation in Rails models, between two Rails models, I have to use an association called has one association, has one. Has many. Many to one also has many. So many to many relation between two Rails models I have has and belongs to many. Many to many relation between two Rails models can also be achieved by something called as many through association. Two ways we can achieve. And apart from that, we also have polymorphic associations. So it is like 1 to n number of association. I can say 1 to n model relation. That is polymorphic associations. So these are the available associations in Rails that we'll discuss. Okay. For this, I'll take a small example. I'll take something called manufacturers. Table name, sorry. So lowercase. Resellers. Product. Product is already there, so leave it as it is. Anything else? Right. So what is the manufacturers is something like car manufacturers, okay? So car manufacturers like Honda, Toyota, etc. Okay, these are the car manufacturers. Resellers are, I mean, multiple resellers who can resell all the varieties of cars like Daniel Toyota, Northwind, Honda, etc. I mean, basically, resellers are who sell any type of car like Honda, Toyota, BMW, Audi, etc. Whatever related, not related to any brand, they sell all the cars, all branded cars. Products are nothing but your real cars, that is Honda, Civic, Honda Accord, Camry, Toyota Camry, like that. So what is the relation between, can anyone tell me what is the relation between manufacturers and products?
As many.
Yes, as many, right? And what is the relation between manufacturers and resellers?
So food has one.
No. That is what my application. I want resellers to sell Toyota, Honda, BMW, etc. Everything.
Okay. So it is manufacturing.
So it is many to many, right?
Too many also.
Right? Many to many.
So it is could be has many also, has many or belong to many. Has
No, many to many relation, manufacturers and resellers.
yeah. So it will be has and belongs to many.
Yeah, has and belongs to many. You're right. Okay. So first, we'll try to associate manufacturer products and manufacturer resellers. So for that, we need to create tables. Let us create directly models so that migrations also will be created and we can save some time. Rails G model manufacturer. He has a name. That's it. I don't want to make it complex. Simply, he has a name.
Okay.
Similarly, reseller also just has a name, nothing else.
Move the color type.
And products, we already created it, right? So migrated. So two tables have been created in my database table, right? database server. Right. So coming to products, let me check what attributes do I have on products so that product.new, it has an ID and primary key, name, model, price, created and updated. But I want to associate manufacturer and products, right? So where should I have the foreign key or the relation key or the reference key? The manufacturer table or product table?
Manufacturer table to product table.
Yes.
Admin. Right.
Pardon, where should be the foreign key between the relation in products table or manufacturers table?
Product table.
Right. Products table, right? So I need to add a reference key or a foreign key on the products table. So simply what I can do is write a migration in order to add a foreign key to products table. Right? Done. Migrate. So what data do we have in manufacturer table? Zero, right? We don't have any records in the manufacturer table, right?
Yes.
Similarly, we don't have no data at all. So what I'll do is I'll create a few manufacturers so that we'll have some data and we can operate on. Create. Right, I have created two manufacturers. Similarly, I want to create couple of 3 or 4 products of these two manufacturers. Product.create name is
Civic.
yes, Civic. You should help me out with this, your local cars. Civic, name is Civic. Actually, okay, Civic model is also Civic, let us say. Yeah, model is XSC or XC, some would be there, right? XC, some model, okay. Price, I don't know, but let me put it something 10,000. Who is the manufacturer ID? Who is the manufacturer of this guy, this car?
Honda.
Honda. So Honda is manufacturer, ID is 2, right? Yeah, put in 2 there. Right. Similarly, I want another
Yaris Corolla.
yeah, Corolla. I'll put it at 8. Right, another record.
Oh,
Now,
manufacturer ID 1.
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry. So what should I do now?
Rollback.
Update.
Update simply, right? So Corolla equal to product dot find or where. Okay, you can use both of it. So I'll say where name is Corolla. So Corolla is this, right? Corolla dot update all, right? Because active record relation with what? Manufacturer ID 2, 1, right?
Yes.
Toyota, right? So let us check whether our data is correct or product dot all. Yes, Civic is manufacturer ID 2, that is Honda, and Corolla is manufacturer ID 1, that is Toyota. Okay, let us create 2 more cars of Honda.
Honda Accord.
For Honda, what should I write?
There is Honda Accord, for example.
Let me check on Google.
There is an Honda Accord. in Honda.
Ah, yeah, Accord. Yes, Accord.
Manufacturer ID 1, right? 2. Honda.
2.
That Toyota as well.
Right. And now again, for Toyota, we have
Camry.
yeah, Camry. Fine. We have data in our tables, manufacturers and products. Right. I want to get data. I want to get all the products of Toyota.
All the product of Toyota.
Yeah.
So manufacturing, manufacture dot.
So how do you write the query?
Uh,
If you
data.
select star from products where
Uh,
equal to
from the
one or
40.
two. Yeah, one or two, right? So this should be your query. So did it return correctly or not? Right? Right.
There is another way to do it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If we said manufacturer dot find the ID is 1, and the manufacturer dot products, it will get all the products related to this ID.
Okay, let us try.
Okay.
So manufacturer one is Toyota, right? Toyota
Yeah.
equal to manufacturer dot
Dot find 1.
find one, right?
Yeah.
Toyota dot
Products.
products. Okay. So
It
it
has
doesn't.
one to many.
Pardon?
The relation between them one to many, right?
Your voice was breaking.
The relation between the products and manufacturer, what is it?
So we did not relate yet. That's what.
Okay, tamam.
So that's what I'm going to explain. See, we did not relate them, so you won't get this method. Okay. And other methods. So if you want to do this, right, I have to write queries like this and get the data. So automatically associations, as she said, if I associate two models, automatically these all methods will come into picture and we can use them directly without we writing any methods. For example, what should I write in here? Where is the model? So models, you have this, I can write a method called def products, okay, VND. So in the products, I can say
Manufacturer dot find.
same thing what I wrote in here. So this one I have to do this, right? So I have to write this, and instead of ID1, I have to say self.id. Okay. So if I want to do that, let us reload this console. Reloaded. Your Toyota is this Toyota. Now I'll say Toyota dot product. You got it?
Yes.
Right. So if I want to create a new product for Toyota now, okay, I can't simply hard code it, right, all the time. This is just for an example. I hard coded it, but I should be able to dynamically create a product for Toyota or Honda or in any manufacturer. For that, I need to write another method in the model. Again, def create a new product or new car or whatever, new product. I have to write another method. Again, write another method. I want to get like this. I have to go on writing a lot of methods. So I don't want to do this. Instead, if I relate, Rails gives me an option of relations. If I relate these two models, I can get all these methods on the fly. Okay. So what is the relation between manufacturer and products? Manufacturer has many what?
Products.
Please write it as products and not product. Okay. It's not singular. Okay, fine. Now let us reload this. Now again, find Toyota. Now we got active record association collection proxy with the two cars of or two products of Toyota. Let us see Honda. These are Honda products, right? Right, these are Honda products. So what this single line of statement will create a few number of methods where we can achieve multiple associated, retrieve associated data, create associated data, delete delete associated data, and update associated data. Okay, this single line of statement. Okay, vice versa. So come the other way around. Civic equal to product dot find by name Civic. Right, Civic. Who is the manufacturer of Civic?
Honda.
If I use this, it will not work. But again, I have to write an SQL query, write a method, write an SQL query in order to get the who is the manufacturer of this car or product. But see, relation should be always between two entities, right? So here you related, for example, two persons are there. One is related to the other. The other also will be related to the other person in a different relation, right? So product is related to manufacturer in what way?
Belonging to
Yeah, he belongs to
manufacturer.
manufacturer. So just as we talk in English, the method name is belongs to singular manufacturer. Okay. Now if you reload and save civic.manufacturer, the manufacturer of Civic is Honda, right? Understood?
Why we don't use has in the product we don't use this has one manufacturer.
Because the relation is no. How can you say has one? No.
The product. The
No,
product.
don't think in that way. Think in real terms. In reality, a manufacturer will have many products, right?
Yes. It's okay on this, but in the product model.
Yes. So a single product always belongs to a.
To one manufacturer. To only one manufacturer.
Yeah, but no, it is. So that is what belongs to does. We have to write belongs to, not has one. Okay.
So if it is only one, if it is يعني have, if the model have association with one, only it will be belong to, not has one.
Yes. If it is not a one-to-one relation, okay, you have to remember that also. If it is only one, it is belongs to it, for your understanding. Okay.
Okay, but we need to see an example on has one.
Yeah, has one. We'll see an example. Don't worry about it.
True.
Same.
So belong to.
Okay. I think it's time for our break, right? If I'm not wrong. Lunch hour.
Yes,
A
11
question
minutes
for,
ago.
10 minutes ahead, but we can. I mean, we can reduce the 10 minutes in the second half. So we'll take a break for lunch and rejoin at the scheduled time.
okay, but before I leave, but I have a question for
Yeah,
this
go
one.
ahead.
This relation not reflected on database?
No.
And for example, when we are using the SQL server, we have to make this relation, but here only in application, right?
Yes. See,
Okay.
relation. If you create a database, right? In database, you can maintain the relation. That's not a problem.
In
But in
database what?
Rails,
Sorry,
you
in
have to
database what?
yes. In Rails, you have to specify the relation
Hmm.
in order to get these methods. That's it.
Okay.
Why are you specifying this relation? To make your job easier. You will get a lot of inbuilt methods where you can write very easy code between relations. Otherwise, you have to write complex code between relations, getting data or manipulating data. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll resume. So I guess we stopped at associating manufacturers and products, right? All right. So let me close all of these first. Product manufacturer. Okay. So manufacturer has many products, so I don't want these methods anymore. Product belongs to manufacturer. So what methods will I get by associating these two? First and foremost, we know that, let us see on the manufacturer side, Honda.products. This method I'll get for sure. I can get the products of Honda. Similarly, Corolla.manufacturer. I guess I have to reload. Civic.manufacturer gives. So these two methods we know, right? We know this products method, we know this manufacturer method. So what else do we have? So first we'll start off with has many, because has many methods are similar to other association methods. So we'll start off with has many methods. So let us open the documentation and see has many. Has many methods. First one is collection. Collection is nothing but your products. So in here, collection means, it doesn't mean that Corolla, no, Honda dot collection. It means what collection you mention. So it doesn't mean Honda dot collection. It means Honda dot products. That's a collection, right? Has many. So this is the collection. Collection push a new object or multiple objects. So now let us see. Honda dot products push, he says, a new object. For that, I need to create an object first. So what I'll do is product dot any other product of Honda SUV something.
Honda's product.
Do we have any other column? Civic Honda CRV something, right? So CRV equal to product dot create name CRV. Manufacturer must exist. Since you have a relation, right? So manufacturer must exist is the problem. But we can also, as far as I know, we can override with optional something like optional equal to true. Some flag would be there. I forgot the flag. Let me check. In newer versions, you don't find it here. Let me try. Option. There should be some optional thing introduced in 5.x. Optional true, as far as an optional. Okay, I did it in has many, right? Sorry. Optional true, because this is having a yes. So I'm trying to create a CRV created. CRV, as you can see, doesn't have a manufacturer ID. So Rails strictly from 5.10, I guess they made it strict for foreign keys to be present on the associated objects. So here, I don't have the manufacturer ID. So the method what we are trying to explain is Honda.products. I want to push a single product or multiple products. Products CRV. I want to
Single product.
yes, single product. Okay, let us see what are the products of Honda now? Honda dot products. You can see the product 5, manufacturer ID 2. Did I ever hard code manufacturer ID 2 into this record?
No.
No, right? So this method, what we have used, the push or append method, will take care of setting the foreign key on the object. Okay, so very handy, right? So simply I can create the associated objects. I do not worry about it. I need not write another method, I can call that method and all this stuff. The association itself is giving these methods. Understood? Any question? So we just discussed about this method. If I want to delete a particular thing, directly delete and give that object, it will delete. I don't want to delete right now. Destroy. Yeah. So destroy. Yeah, we'll see destroy, difference between delete and destroy. Okay. We'll do that. Collection clear will remove that. Almost all are array kind of methods. Collection dot clear will make it as an empty array, right? Is the collection empty? So what does it mean? So Honda dot products dot empty. False. It's not empty. It has 3 products. Similarly, other methods. Collection dot size. Three. Collection dot find. He finds an associated object according to the same rules of active record finder method. Collection dot find in the sense Honda dot products dot find. Honda dot products find 3, something like that. So ID is 3. Find first, find last, find by. All these you can apply on the collection. Now, important method, build and create. These two are pretty important. Let us see. I want to create a new Honda product. Okay, on the fly. Okay, or a Camry, Toyota product. So I can say Toyota dot. If you see the method, collection dot build. What is the collection? Toyota dot.
Products.
Yes. Products dot build, right? Build. Tell me any other Toyota land or something.
Camry.
Yaris, for example.
Which one?
Yaris. Toyota
Yeah.
Yaris. Yes.
Yeah. Toyota dot products dot build. Yaris. Okay, something like this. Yaris. If you see Yaris, everything is populated, even manufacturer ID. I did not populate anywhere manufacturer ID, right? So now I have to simply Yaris Yaris dot. What should I do?
Dot. Don't what? What again?
Dot save. It's not saved yet, right? Okay. So Yaris dot save. So now if you look at Toyota dot products, you have Yaris also with manufacturer ID 1. So never did I hard code anything. So this method will allow me to create on the fly and populate the manufacturer, that is foreign key ID, automatically. Okay. So this is collection build. There is another method, collection create. Probably by now you know what is the difference between this and that. So I want to create a new product. Land Cruiser. Okay, something like this. Instead of build, what is the method? Create. Directly insert, right? So I need not save it anymore. Directly it will insert into the table. It will create a record. Understood?
This mean you created and has been saved already.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Just like active record, new and create. See, if you say new, you have to save it. With create, you need not say save. Directly it will create. Okay. Any questions?
Now it's clear there.
Clear, right? Pretty easy actually. These methods are pretty easy once you understand. Pretty easy. What does this method do? Does the same as collection create, but raises active record invalid if the record is invalid. What is invalid? It has any validations. Okay.
Don't have any validation.
Yeah, any validation is there on the model, then you will get invalid. You have seen, right? Create bank, save bank, errors. If there are any validations. In models, we have validations, right? If there is any validation, something like the model should be present. I'll reload it, otherwise it won't take it. This we have seen already. I mean, same as earlier. So no difference as. There is a model called Liva in India, so I'll name it as Liva. So I won't give the model in here. Okay. Not actually, the validation is not working for some reason. This did not get picked up, I guess. So validation fail model can be blank, right? So I have this. So it doesn't create the record. Okay.
Okay.
So I created a couple of times same models. I'll remove 9 from product list. So if I want to delete the product 9, so what should I do? Product dot find 9, right? Dot delete. Deleted. So that is about collection create. Same as the regular create bang method. That's it. Nothing else. Now let us see the methods of belongs to. Where are the methods first? Yes. So belongs to. Now we have same kind of methods, but with a subtle difference. Association. So what does this mean? Where did we write belongs to? In here, right? Belongs to manufacturer. So what is the association on this belongs to model? Let me take lever equal to product dot find 8 or 9. Okay, 8. Lever is this. Lever dot association means lever dot its association, that is manufacturer. What is association? Belongs to manufacturer, right? So lever dot association will give you the associated object, that is manufacturer Toyota. Association equal to associate. Setter method. If you look at it, it's a setter method only, right?
Again, the part of the association equally associate.
This one?
Yeah.
Returns the associated object. So the product lever is associated with which object? Manufacturer, right? So Toyota, basically. What I mean to say. So lever dot manufacturer will give you Toyota object, whoever it's associated to. Now next one is association equal to associate. It means I can change the or set the association to associate. It means, for example, this lever is Toyota now. I want to change it to Honda. Okay. Honda equal to manufacturer dot find 2, right? So now I will say Honda is this. Lever dot manufacturer equal to Honda. So I am assigning. So if you see lever manufacturer ID is 2.
This mean has been assigned to Honda.
Yeah. Right? But it's not yet saved to the database, okay? It's not yet saved to the database. So I want to save lever dot save false. Model can be blank. Okay. So lever dot manufacturer is Honda and lever dot model equal to yes. So update product set model and update something. Manufacturer ID is 2. Now Levi is belonging to Honda because I overrided the associate. I said manufacturer equal to Honda. It's not Toyota. So override it. Okay. So I can, in such cases, if you require this, you can use this method. Important methods: build association, create association. Okay. These two are pretty important. From the child, I want to create the parent. Build association, create association. So it means I want to create a product and create its associated manufacturer also. Okay. So let us create a new product of the like product dot create name of the product is Celtos. Price of it is 50,000. Model some model. So I created Celtos, a car. But Celtos car is belonging to a manufacturer called Kia. Okay. Is there a Kia manufacturer in our database? No, right? We have Honda and Toyota. Agree? So we have only Honda and Toyota, right? We don't have Kia yet. So from this product, I want to create Kia manufacturer. So what I can do is Celtos dot build. I'll assign this to Kia equals build manufacturer. The name of the manufacturer is Kia, right?
Okay. So wait a minute.
So that will give you Kia. Now Kia dot save. It will store it. Other way around, I can also say Kia dot Celtos dot create manufacturer directly. Yes or no?
So, but again,
I can say create manufacturer, another method, create association. This one. So build means new, create means create. New and save, right? Build means. Create means directly creating. Okay. So if I say Kia create Celtos dot create manufacturer method, it will create that new manufacturer. So from the child we have created the manufacturer. From the car we created the manufacturer. Understood? Any questions?
so we used build to create, or we need to use to create first, and after that save the data.
Then you can use create method, create underscore manufacturer, or build underscore manufacturer. These two methods.
Okay, but here he mentions that manufacturer ID is null. So I need to give him an he need to create an ID.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, you are right. So Celtos, right? Yeah, I forgot to. But see, Celtos manufacturer ID is 3.
Yeah. So I create when he create an ID in the create query or on the build.
On the insert query itself, it will create that
Create.
manufacturer ID for 3. Okay.
Okay, but I need.
After creating this PR, right? It will update the product Celtos. Okay,
Yeah,
for example.
I mean a different thing. I mean a different thing. I mean that's when we use when we use the create query, um, it give it an ID. But when we used build, he didn't give it an ID.
Okay, let me show you once again.
Okay.
Let us take another card. Okay, product.
Any car product Hyundai.
Equal to product dot. I mean build, I mean create or new, whatever you want to write, you can write. Okay, new. Okay, new. Name of the product is
Sonata.
Sonata. Price is some random value.
And model.
Model is some random. Okay.
Okay.
It is new only. Okay. New. Product dot new. So Sonata, if you look at the product ID is nil, but
Yeah.
everything else, manufacturer ID is also
Nil.
nil, right?
Yes.
What I want to do is I want to create a new manufacturer altogether for this Sonata because Hyundai doesn't exist in a database, right? So what I say is Sonata dot build manufacturer or create manufacturer. Whatever you want to use, build manufacturer. Name is Hyundai. Hyundai dot save.
Okay. So he create now a new manufacturer. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now I get it.
Hemanth, I think if we called sonata.save, it will save both, right?
No, Sonata dot save should be done first.
Shoot the parent first, and after that the child.
See, Sonata dot save should be done first. Okay, I just missed that, so I'll show you once again. So I'll plan to remove it. 1 second. Dot delete. Delete. I deleted it, right? Let us see. Sonata is new. Similarly, Hyundai is this. So Sonata dot save will apply both queries into this. So insert into manufacturers and insert into products.
Okay. So it will create. It will save both.
From the parent, from where did you create that object? You have to save that object in order to In a single go, you need to insert the 2 records.
Okay.
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 This is how the way to do it. So this is about.
I think the example before that, you used create manufacturer and you have to write save.
Yes.
But if we used create, we don't have to save, right?
Right. We need not have to save.
Again, sorry?
We not save it.
If we used create, we don't have to save, right?
Yes. For Sonata.
Anything, I think.
Yes, Ahmed.
If
And
we,
then you need to
if we
save.
create a manufacturer,
Manufacturer, right?
sonata.create manufacturer, it won't, we don't have to save, right?
No, we have to save, I guess. Let us do it once again then.
Yeah.
Another delete and on date delete. Yes. So what you say is, if I have this create, you mean, or new?
This is keep it new and save it.
New it. New.
Save it.
Or
No,
you
save Sonata.
Okay, Sonata dot save. So it's
If we-
inserted without an ID. Yes. Now you say Hyundai instead of build, you want to say save.
Create, yeah.
Just inserts.
So no need to save, right?
No, but Sonata should be updated, right?
I think it would be.
No.
Can you check Hyundai ID?
I'll once again see what is the product at last. Should be right. What is the manufacturer ID? Nothing. It showed you because the temporary session will populate that object with the manufacturer ID. But until you save it, it doesn't persist in the database or get saved saved to the database. It doesn't get saved to the database. Got it?
Even the manufacturer is not saved?
No, it's not, no manufacturer is saved. So manufacturer, because we created it, right? So it will get saved. This will get saved. You understood? No? Want me to?
Yeah, I get it now.
Okay. So now let me do it once again. So now delete. Okay. Product at last is Sonata. And count it. Manufacture last. I'll simply say it. Which way? Which way? Deleted. So what we wanted to do is this product dot new. So this product dot new Sonata is this now. So Sonata dot save will be this only without manufacturer ID, right? Now what we wanted to do was we want to Hyundai equal to Sonata dot create manufacturer is what we wanted to do now, right? So if it's a create, so it will directly create manufacturer, right? Because it's a create, direct insert. But if you look at Sonata, you feel like it is already populated or updated in the console only, right?
Yeah, I get it. And if we reload, I think if we load,
Yes,
it
you're right.
won't work.
Yes, because it's not saved. It's still a new record according to the flow. So I have to save it. Right?
Yeah, I get it.
So if we use build, we don't have to save, or we need to save as well.
If we said first itself sonata.save at the last, then we have to anyhow say sonata.save.
Okay.
If sonata is also new and the build manufacturer, if we use two methods are new, sonata.save will in a single go will insert the manufacturer and also insert the product. Okay.
So in both ways, we need to confirm when it's saving.
Both ways.
In both query, we need to make save, just to confirm that it's safe, has been
Yes.
saved.
Not to confirm actually. See, let us. Okay, we deleted again this Sonata and Hyundai. This is product.new. And this is not create manufacturer. I am changing this to
Build.
build. So if you look at both these are new records, right? You want to check by Sonata.new record. Yes. Hyundai.new record. Yes. They're not saved yet to the database. Agree, everyone?
Okay.
Right?
Now we get it. Yes.
Now simply sonata.save, if I say, right? Both the records will be inserted into database.
Both records. Yes.
First, the parent manufacturer, Hyundai. Now its child product
Yeah.
with its manufacturer ID here.
Okay.
Okay, understood? So this is how to insert related records or associated records or create associated record from the child record in using belongs to. Now let us shift our conversation to many to many association. Since we have seen has many association and belongs to association, here I also need to tell you that these association take in numerous options. The numerous options. What are the options that you can use? Mostly they will be the class name. Specify the class name of the association. So belongs to other will default be linked to the other class, right? But the real class name is person, then you have to specify that class name is person, not other. So maximum, these are all overridings. Options are overriding only. If your class name is different from your table name, all this kind of stuff, then you have to use these options. If any other foreign key, the foreign key by default of any associated table should be underscore ID, manufacturer underscore ID. But for some reason, you are giving it as a different one. Okay, then you have to specify that foreign key. Mostly for legacy databases, you make use of these options. And primary key is default ID. But again, the other table has a different primary key. Then you have to specify the primary key. And one more thing, dependent. This is pretty important. Dependent destroy. Dependent destroy. It means if I delete a manufacturer, right, the dependent products also should be deleted. That's the meaning of it. So I did not delete its associated products also. So now we'll see the difference between delete and destroy. I would say no, not now. Okay, let's see how this works. So I'll just quit. For some reason, at times Rails console will not take in the changes. So I'll reinstantiate Rails console and say hy equal to manufacturer dot last. That would be Hyundai. So hy is this, yes, and products equal to product dot last. That is hy products actually. Hy underscore products. Hy underscore products will be Sonata, only Sonata. Only Sonata we have, or directly we can call hy dot products, right? Yeah, hy products is this. Only one, Sonata. So hy products. So I want to delete this hy, the manufacturer. I don't want to delete the entirely one. 10 and 11 are there, right? So I'll just create manufacturer ID dot all. I have only two, right? product dot Okay, now we deleted all the products of other cars. Now we'll try to create again Seltos and Kia. So 2642. So we have created manufacturer Kia and Seltos once again. So I should have named it as Kia. Okay. Specific here destroy the dependent products of Kia should also be destroyed by that statement. Okay, Kia or destroy. See, delete products manufacturer ID is 1. So first it deleted the products related to Kia, right? Then it has deleted the manufacturer Kia. So dependent destroy option, if you specify on the association, this happens. It is destroy and not delete. So that is a difference between delete and destroy. Callbacks will be executed or dependent destroys will be executed if you say destroy. If you say simple delete, these will not get executed. Earlier, I said, unfortunately I forgot and just typed it as delete. It was deleting the manufacturer, but not deleting the associated dependent child records from products table, right? So if you want to delete that, you want to have that option, you have to say destroy. Kia.destroy and not Kia.delete. Okay.
So we used only destroy with association.
Yes, you have to also specify dependent destroy. It means on the manufacturer, if you delete this manufacturer, the dependent records also should be destroyed.
Okay.
So any questions on this? Very important. So majorly the other options, class names, foreign keys, primary keys. If at all you name your primary keys differently, primary keys or foreign keys differently, or class names differently, then you have to override. Otherwise, you need not touch or add any other options to this associations. So let's next shift our focus to many-to-many associations using. I want to associate in a many-to-many fashion these days manufacturers and resellers. For this, I will make use of HABTM, in shortcut it is called has and belongs to many. Okay. For that, in order to associate in a many-to-many fashion, I have to have a joint table for now, for sure. Why? Because I want to have the entities in this fashion. For example, manufacturer 1 is Toyota, right? ID 1, 2, 3, say for suppose 4, and the reseller for this is manufacturer's data, and I'll write it here. Resellers for Toyota are reseller 1 and reseller 2. For Honda, reseller 3, reseller 1. For Hyundai, reseller 1, reseller 2. So many to many relation, right? So if you ask who is the reseller for Toyota, what is the answer? Toyota resellers. Who are the resellers for Toyota?
Is, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, right?
1, 2, 3.
This is for Toyota, this is for Honda, this is for Hyundai, okay? So 1 and 2. So I got 2 values. So now I ask, what does reseller 1 sell? Reseller 1,
Toyota,
yeah,
Toyota.
Toyota,
Kia.
Honda, Hyundai. So 3 values, right? As simple as that. Once you get multiple values on both sides, it is many to many relation, right? So we need to store this in a general database. Solution is create a joint table with foreign keys of these 2 tables and place the foreign keys inside the table. That's it. Okay. That will, in such way, we can associate 2 models or 2 tables in a many to many fashion. For example, let me say Toyota 1. Okay. Let us see the how things are stored. Create a joint table. I need to create a joint table, right? For that already I have a method, so I'll create a joint table. I have to create registry migration, create joint table, I won't call manufacturer resellers. Instead, resellers underscore manufacturers. Okay. Manufacturer underscore ID. It is an integer and reseller, which should consist of only foreign keys of both tables. Integer again. Let us see it is auto-populated with the join table or not. Join table method. Otherwise, we have to write it. Yes, it is pre-populated. Create join table. Manufacturer resellers. I named it purposefully to take in reseller manufacturers, but it is smart enough to name it as manufacturers underscore resellers. Okay, why? Because alphabetical order. M comes in before R, right? So it will create a table called manufacturer underscore resellers. Let us
I have a question.
Yeah.
If we take the foreign key from both resellers and manufacturers, it won't be add reference. We have add reference and the migration. If I create one migration and it has foreign key from different table.
No, this is a joint table. So it's not reference is you can have add reference for products and manufacturers, right? For products you can have add reference, but not joint table.
Okay.
See,
So here we are joining two tables together, right?
Done it, right? Here we should have written add reference. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you write add reference or add column, it still behaves as the same. Okay. So newer method is add reference. Okay. Previously there was references method also. Right. So join table, I said this migration, I'll simply say Rails DB migrate.
Let's see will work. Or it's different. Rails, then C. It will open the console for database.
No, actually I'm looking for DB console. It means database.
So what is the difference between it and between Rails console?
DB console is database command and client. Okay, PSQL. Since I have an issue with pgadmin tree, right, I have to show you the tables, right? What should I say? I don't have much idea on this PostgreSQL. How to retrieve tables from PostgreSQL? Any idea?
What?
I want to the query for showing the tables in PostgreSQL.
Oh, the query to show the table.
Yeah.
All
List the tables. Show tables is not working. This is because show tables is of MySQL.
It's \DT, I think.
\DT. Okay. So I want again \dt of manufacturer resellers to see a specific table, or I'll try to. I want to see this, inspect this table so that you can see that what columns it contains. In Postgres. Table, Postgres. Someone has typed.
There's a link. I've sent a link. Can you check it?
Yeah, I'm doing the same. Describe the table, I guess. Okay. It says describe. Let me describe.
It's a \D, I think.
For manufacturer resellers?
Yeah.
Simple as this. Yeah. So you can see column manufacturer underscore ID and reseller underscore ID. If you take any other \D, this, there is an ID as primary key, right? See, next value sequence, it means it's a primary key, not null. But does this table have a primary key? It doesn't have a primary key, right? Please.
Because it's joined two tables, so it won't have a primary key.
Table, so it need not have a
Primary
ID.
key. Yeah.
I want to store only the we call it, the foreign keys of these two tables in order to achieve my many to many relation between them. Right.
Yeah.
This is how the table is. Let's come to our models, because we want to associate models, manufacturer and reseller. We will open this, so no need of this stuff. So I want to associate manufacturers and resellers in what way? Many to many. So what is the method? As and belongs to many resellers, plural. Resell. Okay. Copy the same thing. In reseller also, we want to associate in many to many fashions. So has and belongs to many. What should I write here? Manu. Right? So I've done this. Hello. So if the relation is correct, I'll try to access the relation Toyota dot resellers. There are no resellers for Toyota. Similarly, There are no reseller data. Do we have any reseller data? Let me check quickly. There is no reseller data. So quickly, I'll create 4 or 5 resellers. So reseller.delete all, I want to delete all the records from the reseller table because this was inserted. So I wanted to delete it. Deleted it. Now I'll create once again. Yeah, reseller. So the record IDs will be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I guess. So I have 6 to 10 IDs of resellers. Fine. Toyota.resellers none. RES1 equal to reseller or RES6, I will say RES6. Okay. Dot find 6 RES6 dot and the other way around, manufacturer should also return a collection proxy. It means an array kind of, but the object name is active record associations collection proxy. But imagine it should return multiple items like array. So our association has been set up. Now I want to associate or insert, create the association between records. So if you look at the methods of has and belongs to many, all the methods are 100% same as has many. Collection, we have seen. What is collection? Toyota dot resellers. This is the collection method, right? Right? Collection push or append. Append multiple objects. Model device. RES7 equal to reseller dot find 7. 8 is 8. 9 again 9. Right? So I have these resellers. Resellers, nothing. I want to add RES6 and RES10 as resellers for this Toyota. Syntax errors. Okay, if you look at insert into manufacturers, resellers. So where is the data getting inserted? It is data that this data is getting inserted into manufacturer resellers join table, right? Similarly, I want to say Honda.resellers. So I don't have Honda. So Honda equal to manufacturer and 2 and Honda resellers are RES2 and RES9. Sorry, RES2 is not defined, so I say RES7. And also RES10 is also an reseller for Honda. Right. So if you look at the data, I want to retrieve data. I don't have a model to directly retrieve data from that table, right? Right? I can't.
We don't have a model for what?
We don't have a model for join table, right? The class having the join table. So if you look at it, can anyone tell me reseller 10 is selling whose products?
Who's for reseller 10?
Yeah, yes.
Products related to manufacturer 2.
Yes.
1.
And 1, right? So both Honda and Toyota, right? So we are getting many to many. So, and also Toyota, who are the resellers? If I ask Toyota, who are the resellers, there is 6 and 10. Who are the resellers for Honda? 7, 9, 10. So multiple. Many to many relation has been created between these two models, right? Now let us see in the Rails way. So in Rails way, I can ask Toyota dot resellers. Who are the resellers for Toyota? 6 and 10, right? So who are the manufacturers for RES 10? Manufacturers. Toyota and Honda. He's selling both Toyota and Honda, right? So many to many association is been achieved by as and belongs to many. Any questions on this? So whenever you want to associate two models in a many-to-many fashion, then you have to make use of HABTM, that is has and belongs to many. Okay, there is another one, other way of associating many-to-many associations using has many through, but that's for a different scenario. Okay, so we'll discuss that now if you are good with this. Okay, any questions on this?
So all the previous, it was many to many.
Yes, two models I want to associate many to many fashion.
Okay.
As simple as that. Okay. Right. So we'll have. I'll give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. Yeah, I'm back. So let's now discuss about has many through association. So we already have HABTM. So why do we need the has many through? Okay, let us see why do we need has many through. So, for example, our application should track, okay, should track that Toyota or manufacturer Toyota is selling these many units, some X number of units of a particular product to a reseller at a particular price, right? So these manufacturers do the same thing, right? They sell at different prices to different resellers depending on number of units and their bargaining power, right? So that is what is their business. So I want to track how many units of Camry or a particular product is sold to a particular reseller at what price and what location also, for example, to which location. So to do this, can I use our join table? This join table what we had discussed earlier with just the foreign keys of two tables.
Yes.
No, I can't. I can't use that.
But we need to join them to get the result.
No, see, this join table doesn't have a primary key, right? So database concepts. If I have a primary key, then I can have it and add other columns. So manufacturer ID, reseller ID, extra IDs, extra columns are number of units, product ID, right?
Yes, and price.
Price also, because at what specific price and which location. So these things, if I want to track between this reseller or manufacturer and reseller, right? So if I want to track between them, then I need a table, a join table again, but it has to have a primary key because I need to retrieve records. I need to retrieve. Here I can't retrieve. I can retrieve only multiple records, not by any particular criteria for this join table because it doesn't consist of a primary key.
Yes. So what is the benefit of this table since it doesn't have primary key?
You want simple many-to-many relation. Then you can use HABTM.
Okay.
But you want this kind of functionality. Okay. If you need this kind of functionality, then you have to use as many through. You're understanding?
Oh, okay. As many through.
Yes, has many through. As THROUGH, okay? Option through basically. So now what I'll do is I'll comment this out and say
Has many.
Has many.
As many
Was open through.
through what? Through the join table. So did I create a new join table? No, right? I did not create any join table. I have to create a new model altogether because it consists of a primary key. Right? It consists of a primary key, right? So it needs to have a
Primary key.
right. I mean, needs to have a primary key. So I need to have a model being created.
So we need to create new model.
So we'll create a model.
Can we roll back our migration and add ID? The joint table migration you did, I think 5 minutes ago. Can we roll back it and add the ID to it, the primary key? Or we cannot?
Do that, but unnecessarily I see, for example, I can roll back, delete it, okay, and write a new migration.
Yes.
Or else change it, as you said, I can change it. So this one,
Yeah.
you want me to roll back and just delete this and write a newer one, right?
No, I meant to roll back and add here the ID, then again do the migration. So it will be the same migration file,
No,
not a new one.
no.
This is my question.
It's not the table. No, you can't do that.
Okay.
Join table method will not add any primary key, okay? It is ID is false, primary key is false for this method. You can't do that, okay?
Okay.
So what we can do is Rails G model, I'll say distributions as distribution is the model. So what do we need? Basically we need manufacturer underscore ID, right?
And reseller ID.
Yes, basically we need these two. Reseller underscore ID, user, then number of units, I'll say units sold, integer, price.
This is the price. It's already in one of the table, right?
Unit price. Okay. See, even if it is the one of the table, like specific to this model or
No,
table.
I thought we are taking the price from another model.
No. See, we are slowly changing the requirement also. See, our functionality is changing. If you have, see, product is for display, the MRP products that you see on the website. See, on the website, if you go for any Toyota website or some website, the lease and selling price would be one. But if you really go to the store, right, the different prices are different, right? Because you bargain. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
similarly that, I will show this default values. But internally, when I'm selling it to resellers, I don't show on the website that I'm selling to this reseller at this price, right? That product list or product data is only for showing to the users. Okay, location. I'll take that simply as a string. Okay. Or city ID, whatever you want to make, you can do it. So created this model. At what time also you want to store it, you can do it. Okay, manufacturer, yes. Price, location. So I want this to be created in my database Rails DB migrate. So it's migrated.
Okay.
So this is our table with a primary key, manufacturer ID, reseller ID, unit sold, unit price, location, created it, updated it. Okay, this is what we created. Fine. So now let us try to associate these models. How many models we have to associate? 3 models. What are they?
The manufacturer and resellers and product.
Yeah. And distributions as well. Has many through, has many what? Has many manufacturers. This is the main thing, right?
Yes.
Through which table?
So distribution.
Through distributions. Plural, okay? Copy the same thing. Manufacturer. This is not valid anymore. And this would be resellers. Now, can I relate the product and distributions in any way?
Really the joint table.
Product has many distributions, right?
Yeah.
3. Oh, I forgot to put in an main thing. Actually, I did not put in a product ID. I have to put in a product ID because what product is being sold to a reseller, right? So let me quickly add. I'll roll back and add that. Whatever.
I think it's DB migrate status.
So I'll roll back to this.
The joint table.
Yeah. So reverted, so it means it has dropped the table. So now I'll go in here, distributions, and simply add t dot integer.
You didn't do the rollback for this one. You did it for the joint table.
The distribution, I think.
Are you sure? Because I saw it. He's highlighting the version, not the last one, the one before it.
Yeah, this one. Yes, I have to highlight
Yeah.
this one, right? That's what I did.
Okay. I thought you're the last one, the distributions.
No, I highlighted this one. This is the one, right? So 50. 050. Okay. So I've added a product ID. I'll say Rails DB migrate now. So that should add product ID as well into the table as a new column. So now I would relate product has many distributions. So now how to relate this distributions?
Belongs to.
Yeah, distribution belongs to product, right?
Yeah.
Because product ID is there inside distributions table, right?
Also
So,
reseller.
yes. Wherever the foreign key is there, that is belongs to. That's it. Finally, we can follow in which table the foreign key is there. So in this table, distributions table, the foreign key product ID is there. So I have to write belongs to in there. Belongs to product. What else can I write?
Belong to manufacturer.
Belongs to manufacturer.
And belongs to reseller.
Done. We are done with distribution and product, but we are pending on manufacturer and reseller. Oh, we have done that also, right? Distribution.
Oh, there is a belong to as well. Oh, but this is another table. Okay.
So, has many resellers. Did we associate distributions with manufacturers? No. So, what is the association of manufacturers and distributions? These distributions, right? Manufacturer has many distributions because Toyota is selling to one reseller at one price, another distribution or other reseller at another price. Many distributions, right? It's having many distributions. Similarly, reseller has many distributions. If this association is correct, then they'll work seamlessly. Let us try in the console whether we have the associations right. I'll just exit out of this console and revisit. Yeah, now, okay, manufacturer. First, dot reseller should give me at least an empty array, right? Collection proxy.
Yeah.
Gone.
Let's have many.
So it goes through. Okay.
I think the third line, it's when it has also distributions, right? It has many distributions.
Okay.
Line 4.
Yes.
And
So I think no need for line 3.
1 second.
we need to make an association about has many products and resellers.
Has many through association, which goes through manufacturer distributor. What did I write?
Should be has many products. Should be.
Oh, it is complaining on which line actually? Manufacturer resellers. Okay. Manufacturer. which goes through manufacturing distributions. What is wrong in here? Cannot have a has many through association. Through
I think we need to remove one of them, of this association, because he tried to.
let's comment this out and first execute and see whether this.
Can we can reverse it as has many distributions through sellers, or it will be
First exit. I really don't know why it did not function earlier, but okay.
okay?
Is this one the culprit? Let us see. No, it is not the culprit. I don't know what has happened, but still we are using the same old methods, right? Okay, something has cached, I guess. So similarly, res6 equals reseller dot find 6 res6 dot manufacturers. So collection proxy, nothing. Yes, we are good at. So we are able to achieve many to many association between these two models. Agree?
Okay.
Now let us see the other models also, like products. So we have products and distributions. So currently we don't have any data in distribution table, but let us see the association is working or not. So I'll say P1 equal to product dot find 1. P1 dot distributions. There is no distributions at all, but if it is correct, we have to get an empty array.
So,
Association collection proxy, yes. Right? So our association is correct. Whatever we associated is correct. So now we'll create a couple of distributions in the distribution table. Distribution dot create manufacturer underscore ID. One is Toyota, I guess. RES reseller underscore ID. 6 product ID is the first one. Product underscore ID. The first one is, what is the first one? So Civic, okay. So not Civic, I have to say Corolla 2. Because manufacturer ID 1 is Toyota. So units sold.
Enterprise.
I'll say 100. Price is 13,500, something like that. Done. So I'll create another I've created few distributions. Okay. Who are the resellers for Toyota? The resellers for Toyota are 6 and 8. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, 7, there is none. For reseller 8, Toyota and Honda. Many to many association is has been created using has many through. Okay. So the data between these two relations is stored in the distributions table. So tomorrow we will see a few methods how to create a distribution from the has many through methods are same as has many. So a couple of probably 15 minutes or so, we can run through those methods and then switch to a newer topic, that is polymorphic associations, and then later on scopes, callbacks.
Okay.
So
The associations, the rest of association, and the scopes.
Association, yeah, association. Scopes is a very small topic.
Yeah, right.
So we will continue it now.
But I think it's time, right?
Well, yeah, it is
Yeah.
past 3 years.
We'll continue tomorrow.
Tomorrow it will be great. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, right. Many to many relation using has many through, right? So we were able to create that association. The methods of has many through are same as has many. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So has many methods through is nothing but has many many to many associations. Same methods as your has many. That is collection, collection push, collection delete, etc. All this we have seen, right? So if I want to create a new reseller, I have to say for a manufacturer, I want to
Build
create,
it. Um, we need to build it.
yeah, Toyota dot build.
Build.
Right, Toyota dot resellers, that is the collection dot build a new reseller. I will say RES10, something like this. Only for Toyota. Name is reseller 10. Now I have to save him, right? RES10 dot save. Otherwise, simply create. Okay. Toyota dot save. Let me repeat this once again. Okay. Basically, I have to create this data. We look at Postgres. So let us open DB console. Okay, product should exist, so have to do that. So which product we want to, because I have a validation on distribution, right? That product should be there. Right? So that is not storing into the distribution, it's simply creating into the resellers. So what I'll do is, optional. So now we can see earlier there was cache issue, so I was not able to insert into distributions table directly. It has to do it because we are discussing about has many through. If it is not inserting automatically into the distribution table, it doesn't make sense, right? So when I try to create, use the method of has many, creating a reseller for Toyota directly. So first it inserts a reseller, next distributions, because where is the relation existing? The relation, the join table is distributions now, right? For many to many relation. Agree?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have to do it in, I have this association if it is correct. This method, if it is correct, it has to insert into distribution. What did it insert? Manufacturer ID and reseller ID. Right? Their association. So data is in there. If you go to your SQL now, 14. Toyota earlier was having only 4 rows, as you can see. Now it has a new row, 15. Okay? Understood?
Yes.
So belongs to methods, has many methods we've already seen. So next we'll quickly jump into polymorphic association. So polymorphic association, this is a type of association where we want to associate one model with n number of models. So what will be the classic example? For example, I have a user model, right? Users table or user model. So I'll talk about models only. I'll ignore about. I won't talk about tables anymore. So user model. I want a user to have an address. Similarly, I want distribution to have an address. Similarly, I want manufacturer to have an address. Similarly, reseller to have an address. So what generally we'll do, we'll try to, what we do generally, we try to put in address line 1. So every model needs address line 1, address line 2, city, zip, etc. Okay, country. So if I want to have these fields in user model, I have to put these columns in user table, right?
Yes.
Yes. Similarly, I have to put those columns in distribution. Similarly, manufacturer and reseller. So what effectively is happening is I am duplicating this stuff, right? Yes or no?
Duplicating these tables.
For multiple tables, I am storing the same values. Instead, is there any way where I can store all the values, all the addresses in a single table so that there will be access for a single place and database redundancy I can reduce? Can I do that?
Can what?
I want to store all the addresses in a single table and associate these other models. So if I want to do this, I can.
Yes, we can do it.
Yes. I want to do this. So what should I do?
We should take the ID for the reseller, the foreign key for reseller and manufacturer and distribution.
Okay. So addresses table will contain all these columns. What other columns should
Yes.
I add? Yes.
The
You
foreign is key.
So I should add
Reseller ID,
reseller ID, manufacturer ID, right?
and distribution. Yes.
So all this. Okay, let us skip off the distribution, right? User ID, right? Right. So only that. Anything else? So unnecessarily, I'm giving 3 columns. I don't want to use 3 columns. So actually, what we'll do is we'll say some attributed, some addressable ID and addressable type. These 2 extra columns will add to this particular address table. So in addressable ID, we'll be storing what? These things,
Yes.
as you said, yes, reseller ID or manufacturer ID or distribution ID or user ID, right? In addressable type, we'll store the type of it. This address is belonging to whom? Reseller or manufacturer. So simply looking at it, I can clearly understand this address is belonging to a particular manufacturer with ID this, or reseller with ID this, or user with ID this, right? I did not repeat those, what do you call? I did not repeat those columns, right? Foreign key columns. Understood?
Yes, that's how we will do it.
Yeah. So now let us quickly create an addresses table. So Rails G, I'll simply say address add line 1 string add line 2 string. Yeah, I want to give only these 3. This is an example, right? So that's enough. Apart from that, I need to have other columns, so I'll add those columns in the, what do you call, migration. So db migrate, in the migration, I want to add other columns, that is to store the ID. I'll say anything. See, I'm saying addressable ID. Instead of that, you can use whatever string you want. There is no compulsion of using only addressable. Okay. Sorry, t dot integer addressable ID. Similarly, tree dot string addressable type. So here you can give whatever name, abc.id or abc dot underscore type. Understood? So can anyone tell me why are we having these two things? Addressable ID and addressable type.
To be a common table.
Common table in the sense?
Because we need to integrate the model to model, right?
Yes, if we want to have data of, how many tables? Addresses, I mean data, addresses of nearly three to four tables in the single table addresses, right?
Yeah.
So that is why we are having this addressable ID and addressable type. Understood?
Can you again explain it this last part?
See, my goal is I don't want to have all these in single user table, single distribution table, manufacturer table, reseller table.
Yes.
So if you want address for this user, you have to place these columns in that table, right? You agree for it? Right?
Yes.
You have to place those columns. So polymorphic associations will give us an advantage of I need not repeat, since it is repeating, the same columns are repeating for all the four models or tables, right?
Okay. So because we want to repeat those columns and in those tables. Hello.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, net was bad, I think. So we won't want to repeat instant. Instead we want a single table. In that single table, we'll store all the addresses. Got it? So refactoring or actually it's called database. We need to reduce database redundancy, right? So we have to store all the addresses of all these guys, user, distribution, manufacturer, reseller, in a single table. For that, we need to use something called polymorphic associations in Rails. Okay? You got an idea why we are using polymorphic associations?
Yes.
We need to repeat. We need to repeat those.
Right. Yes. Yes. We want to store multiple common data of, addresses, like common column values, right? In a single table. For that, we created an migration. In migration, we added addressable ID, addressable type, because to store what type of, to store like a particular address belongs to whom. For example, I write address 1, ADD1, address line 2, ADD2, and city this address is belonging to whom? User or distribution or manufacturer or reseller? This address belongs to whom?
All.
I see.
We don't know, right?
Yeah.
We don't know. So it means I have to tell that this address belongs to a user called Ashraf, for example.
Yes.
So Ashraf's user ID or primary key is 10. Got it? So that is addressable type. Then what is addressable ID? What is addressable type? What type of address? This is belonging to Ashraf. So Ashraf is what type? User, right?
Type. Yes.
The same address, someone else has it, okay? Think of it. He is a reseller. Ashraf is only the reseller. Imagine that Ashraf is only the reseller, but his ID is 15. This address is belonging to whom?
Distribution.
Reseller.
Okay.
Yeah, reseller. So this guy will tell this, okay, this looking at the record, okay, this address is belonging to a reseller with ID 15. Okay, this address is belonging to user with ID
10.
10. Understand why we created in this fashion?
And this
Right?
mean both of them are foreign key.
Yes, both of them are foreign. And no. This is foreign key. This is for storing what type it is. Only this is foreign key.
Okay.
Fine. So now we have created the migration. I will simply, I don't want timestamps. So here, Rails DB migrate. Migrated.
Okay.
Now let us see the models. Models. User, I will have an association. For example, user has one. Okay, here itself I'll explain. Has one address. Okay, that is the criteria. Okay, we want in our application a user only has one address. Okay, reseller. Yes. So how do I want to relate reseller address?
Has one address.
Yeah, it's up to you. Like has many or has one, because in multiple cities the same brand of resellers will be there, right? It's up to you. You want has many or has one? It's up to you. Similarly, manufacturers. This guy also might have different locations for manufacturing. What did I do? Sorry, in reseller it should be manufacturers, right? Sorry, addresses, right? Addresses. R-E-A-D-D-R-E-S-S-E-S, yeah. And similarly for manufacturer as addresses. Done. We have mentioned one way only. Other way around, from the address table to these 3 tables or 4 tables, right? I missed that. So what should I write here?
So address
Belongs to user.
Belongs to, yes, you are right.
Belongs to reseller.
Addressable.
Yes.
Okay, this is a string. Why did I use addressable? Because I used this string here. In the migration, the column name I mentioned addressable underscore ID, right?
Yes.
The same thing should be mentioned. Okay? In polymorphic is true. Option we have to provide polymorphic true. Okay? And one more small change I have to do. So how should I connect? As one also I have to provide an option called as. I can use a symbol, right? Why do you want to use SSABLE? The same string.
But
For
why we write as it is as it, what is the meaning of the as? No.
I mean, see, this is the way to create polymorphic associations in Rails. So you have to provide that option. Okay, there is no other go. You have to provide this as addressable option that use this as the polymorphic association columns, basically ID and type. Basically, if I want to polymorphically relate, right, I have to give this. That's it. Even reseller, that's what. In the even reseller, you have to say, yes, same thing I have to mention as. Similarly, for manufacturer, same thing I have to mention as addressable. If you write here something like ABC, I have to say as ABC.
Yes, same string.
Yes, same string. And here belongs to ABC. So, if everything is correct, our association should work. So it is caching, this console is caching, so I'll re-open it. Right. Let us say user first. Yeah, there is a user, so I'll say u1 equals this guy. u1 dot, he has how many addresses? What is the relation between user and address?
Has one.
So it has to return a single address, right?
Yes.
If at all our association is correct, you're gone. Column addresses dot user ID doesn't exist. Undefined column addresses.
You call it address or addresses?
Has one address, so it is correct as far as I know. PG. Okay, let us check with the manufacturer. So I got a collection proxy, correct, right? So this guy has multiple addresses, right? So it's fine. It's fine with Toyota manufacturer. Let us do it with RES10 or something. Reseller RES14 or 14, I guess. 14 is last. Okay. RES14 is this, I guess. RES.14 dot addresses should give me, yeah, collection proxy. Fine. So what is the problem with as one? As, did I give any kind of wrong in that? Addressable. Didn't I save it? Let me please save it. Yeah, there is no address. I don't know. I mean, probably I did not save the file for some reason. So u1.address, there are no addresses. I mean, it returned a nil object. It has to return one, so it was not there. It is not there, so it returned nil. So our association is right. Correct, right?
Yes.
Yes. Let us add now. We have already seen many to as many relation, right? So coming to manufacturer has many addresses. So I want to create an address from manufacturer. How can I create? So Toyota dot Toyota equal to manufacturer dot find one or first. I want to create a address for Toyota. Has many because manufacturer has many. How can I do it? Quick.
Toyota.address and this append sign.
No, Toyota dot addresses dot create, right?
Create.
The screen is freezing, has been freezing in my side. So anyone have same issue? Humans?
No, only you, Ashraf.
Only me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give some fake data.
No, it's working.
Okay, I gave some values. Okay, there is no city, so I'll remove the city. So how did it store? Look at the things. Addressable ID is one, the ID of Toyota, right? Is it not the ID of Toyota? Because I created for Toyota, right? Addressable type is manufacturer. You're understanding?
Can you repeat it? Why it's written the type manufacturer and the ID is, I think, user, right?
It's not user, right? It is Toyota, right? I created an address for Toyota. Clearly, you can see toyota.addresses.create, right?
Yes.
So I created an address for Toyota. So Toyota is a manufacturer, right? So Rails or polymorphic association will take care of pre-populating the addressable ID and addressable type. Got it? Any questions on this? This method is coming from many, has many, right? We have discussed yesterday and even yesterday while we are closing the session. Has many methods. Has many, has and belongs to many methods are exactly same, right? Okay. Similarly, I want to create res13 equal to reseller dot find 49. So reseller, yeah. So RES 14 dot, what is the relation between both? Has many, right? Resellers dot build or create. Anyone you can use, right? Agree? Um, so RES 14 dot, sorry, addresses. I misspelled it. Addresses dot create reseller 14 address 14 something like this. Okay. Now, if you see, it inserted all the data and addressable ID is 14 and addressable type is reseller, because this record is belonging to reseller. Similarly, now has one. So I want to create an address for a user. Okay, U1. Now, what method should I use in order to create an address for a user? Because we did not discuss about has one. We don't know, right? It is same methods as belongs to. Same method, association equal to build association, create association. Same methods as belongs to. So it means we have already discussed belongs to. So now I want to create a new address for this user. What method should I use? I guess you have forgotten. Create underscore association, that is address, right? Or build underscore address. In here I have to pass these things. User address. Stored addressable ID and addressable type, right?
Yes.
Yes. So all of these addresses are getting stored in which table?
Address.
Yes. So select from addresses. So clearly you can see with your eyes, okay, this address is belonging to whom? A manufacturer with ID 1. Okay, this address is belonging to whom? A reseller with ID 14. The third one is belonging to a user with ID 1. Right? You're storing multiple model data or addresses of multiple models in a single table. That is what is polymorphic. Like this, you have many number of tables. All the addresses can be stored in a single table. All you need to do is create a polymorphic association. Understood? Right? So from the address, you want to create an address, then set it to a particular object, if that is the case. For example, okay, I didn't show you the u1 dot address, right? u1 dot address. So it returns only single object. Suppose you create another address for this guy, what happens? The earlier address will get overridden. I mean, it'll remove the association basically. Okay, we'll see that also. See, what is the relation between user and address?
1-to-1.
Right. So has one. So at any point of time, it has to be has one. It has to return only one address, right? So now I changed this user address. Yeah, failed to remove existing association address. So what's happening actually? It is trying to
create another user on the same address and the
yes,
same address ID, addressable ID.
exactly.
Yeah.
But it has to remove. It's a very specific, I guess. So it has to remove it. Why did it say it was not able to remove it? Let me quickly, it has to override, quickly Google it. This one recently something got changed, I guess. Yeah. I think I have to look at it. Okay, no problem. But we'll see later. There should be some kind of a fix for that or an option to be passed. So it will try to, generally it will try to override the existing record. So it will remove the reference of that particular ID in the previous record. Yeah. What is the problem set to null? When something is deleted, right? Then it is actually so. Okay. So basically, it will override. So this is about polymorphic associations. Now let us switch our conversation to callbacks, active record callbacks. One more thing I forgot to tell you. I mean, I want to create an address first and then create associate with a particular object, right? That scenario I didn't show you. So I'll take address add1 equal to address dot create. So address dot create. So I'm creating a particular address directly. So add1 will be an address. add1 dot errors. I mean, again, optional something addressable must exist because it was not optional, right? So now if we have to provide that, but if you say optional equal to true in the addresses table, right, then you can say add1 dot addressable, you can set it equal to something like Toyota. So automatically that gets populated to address one addressable manufacturer. Okay, got it? So now we can say add1 dot save. So this address is also belonging to manufacturer Toyota. Understood? Any questions on polymorphic associations? Any questions?
Why it is saving the strings add line 1 and add line 2? Yeah, this below the mouse. The green one, the green line.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, why it is add line 1 and add line 2? I think it's address and address 2.
No. This is column name.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Yes, that's column name.
Yeah. So this is considered like AAV databases?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The database concepts only, I mean, earlier join table also, many relations. Everything is whatever database concepts we have, right? Some of them should be, at least a few of them should be done for the models, right? So the same thing you're trying to achieve via Rails.
Okay.
Right. So let us now see, now discuss about callbacks, active record callbacks. So I'll take manufacturer because it doesn't have much code. So what are callbacks? Callbacks are methods, something like, you can't exactly call them as triggers, but something, they act like triggers. Okay, you want to do something when a record is saved only on data. Please remember, this will only work for data. For example, you saved a particular record. So before saving the record, something should happen. For example, that callback can be written in Rails. Those are called callbacks. So what main callbacks are available in Rails? Let us see. What are the main callbacks that are available? So that are before save.
Hemant, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you just summarize the polymorphic cycle so I can memorize it? I mean, how to add addressable, where, has many. I mean, just the last polymorphic.
Sure. See, first of all, what models you want to relate in a polymorphic way, you need to address it, right? In your project or somewhere, right? So that table I have to create, migration I have to create. This part you understood, right?
Yeah.
In that you need to add 2 columns. These columns, I guess you understood this too. Like why do we add these 2 columns, right? Except AAV as you said. So
Okay.
type column and the ID column. So once you created this table, now our job is to associate this table to multiple tables, right?
Yeah.
So multiple tables depending on your requirement. So here my requirement is manufacturer has many addresses, my association, right? So I should mention has many addresses. Yeah. Don't worry about this part for now. Similarly, reseller also has many addresses. Similarly, but user in our project has only one address.
Okay.
Done. We are done creating our association. So once we are done with our create association, the other way around, address also I have to provide an association, right? 2 way. I've only done 1 way. So second, this address belongs to addressable. This addressable is nothing but whatever string you have given for this underscore ID and underscore type.
Okay.
So that is, you can call it as polymorphic association string or some kind of string, virtual kind of a string, but it's not virtual. So this addressable, while associating, you are saying simply any polymorphic association should always, I mean, it's a notation, mandatory to give this, then only it will work. Okay, Rails, we have to provide this option for sure. Okay, something like this option or argument. Polymorphic true. So it means that this address table is associating polymorphically with other tables.
Okay.
Then which string are you using to connect or create polymorphic associations? You know this is a string, right?
Yeah.
I have to provide an option like you connect it with addressable. If I say you connect it with ABC, right? Let us reload. Toyota.address. I think it has catched again. I have to. See, effectively what it try to create, select star from addresses where addresses dot ABC. Basically addresses dot addressable type is this and addressable dot ID is this, right? So column
Yeah.
ABC ID. So we have to mention that particular string in here, so that the query will be populated with that particular underscore ID and underscore type, right?
So mainly these models will not have a foreign key to the address.
No,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have that. Foreign key itself is this
Yeah, it's
Acceptable ID. It
yeah.
is an ID.
So we'll get the information through the address table itself.
Right.
Okay.
So this is about this. Now we'll shift to first list the callbacks. Callbacks available are before save. It means before saving a record, after save, before validation, after validation, before create, after create, before destroy, before validation, after validation. Yeah. These are the major callbacks available in Rails that you use on a day-to-day basis. So what are these actually? So it means if I say before save, okay, I'll say before save is b save, some method. After save, a save. Before validation, b validation, a validation. So these are the callbacks before save. See, always we are saying is something dot save, right? So before actually saving the record into the database, you need to do something. Then you can use this. After saving the record, you want to do something. Before validation, so you are writing some validations. So before the validations are taking into coming into picture, you want to do something. Okay, you can use before. After the validation, you want to perform something. Before create, before create and before save, almost same. There is no difference, but there is a difference in the life cycle that I'll show you after executing. After create is also like after save, but the hierarchy of life cycle where it gets called is different. Before destroying a record, after destroying a record, and after commit, there is no before commit, so only after commit, after the code is committed. You want to do something. So that is, these are called active record callbacks. Okay, in Rails. So when do you use it? Okay, let us first write the life cycle. So I have to say def be saved. I'll quickly write this. So these are the callbacks. Let me try it before save. After create, right. Oh, we also have as well. So just for example purpose, I'll just execute and show you. Okay. So first, what has been called? First, before validation has been called, right? I mean, life cycle. First, which callback will be called? Before. Next, after validation. Next, before save. See, life cycle error. Before create. After create, after save, and after commit. So there is no before destroy and after destroy, because that will be called only on this type. For example, dot destroy. If I say delete, those will not be called. That is the difference between deleting a record and destroying a record. If I say destroy, right? If I say delete, nothing has happened, right? So now again I'll create this Kia. Now I'll say Kia dot delete. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I should have said destroy. So destroy, you can see these are being called. So the difference between delete and destroy is, if you delete a record, the callbacks will not get executed. Okay, that's
So
the callbacks.
I think the delete needs to be saved.
Delete needs to be
Saved. It's not committed to the database, I think. It's like create a new.
okay. I didn't understand, but see, the records in the manufacturer are only Honda and Toyota. Okay, so now I will create a new manufacturer. So now there are 3, right? Right?
Yes.
2, right?
3, right?
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
now what do you want me to do? You want me to destroy or delete?
I think delete doesn't delete from database.
No, it will delete. Delete from manufacturers. You can see here. Right?
Why there is no commit?
So commit doesn't get called. That's what I'm saying. The difference between
Yeah, I get commit is for save, but this is, I mean, if we reload, will not find this record in database.
No need of reloading. We don't find it now itself.
Okay.
See, delete method will not call callbacks.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is a callback, right? Commit, after commit. This is a callback only, right?
No, I'm not talking about these callbacks. I'm talking about the difference between destroy and delete. I thought destroy will delete it from database and commit this delete. Not about the commit for the create.
Okay. So it has deleted. Now manufacturer all has 3. Now I'll, instead of deleting, I will destroy. So all your callbacks will be called, and this commit you're talking about, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Database commit. Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess you can still roll back if there is no commit, right?
Yeah, this is what I thought.
Yes, it should. Okay. So this is the hierarchy of life cycle of callback. So when do you use? What is the necessity? Let us see a simple example that we have already seen earlier. That is concatenating first name and last name in before save. Okay, or else general scenarios. Before save. So general scenarios. For example, a user gets logs in for a particular website. They'll store that value he has logged in at this particular time, right? Last login, right? So whenever a user logs in, they'll update that value, update that attribute value to the current timestamp. So that they will do in before save. Those kind of. But let us see the example. Before save, let us go to our user to see the same. I'll remove all the validation. Okay. So def. Okay, lower wide. There is already a full name right here. So what I'll say is before save, execute full name, callback. That is first name plus last name. This should be set to what? Name equal to, right? Because the column name is name. Self.name equal to first name plus last name. So before saving the record, you do this, you execute this method. Okay, you said this. Let us try creating a new user. We have made a lot of transformations. Let us see, still we have first name and last name. So where is the name? First name, last name, yes. Okay, let us check if this is getting called or not, or we have to make any change in. Self.
Guys, do you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Ashraf.
Yes, Ashraf, can hear you.
Screen is off.
Yes.
You only on you, on all of you.
I think all
Sorry,
of us are online.
on how much time did I lose? I was going on 1.5.
1 minute.
A minute? Okay, I'll just I'll repeat what I said. Okay.
Share your screen.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, now you can see my screen.
Yes. Now,
Yes.
yes.
So there was an issue saving the user, right? The issue is self. I have to say self.name. What is self? The current object. So earlier it was, if in this case it was not setting that name to full name. So I made it self.name. So before saving the record, what is happening? So okay, let us see bybug. Put in a bybug here and as well as bybug here. Right, so that we'll get some idea what is happening. So I'll reload. So what we are saying is user is Simon 1, Roland 1, something like that. This is the user. I'm calling user.save. If I am calling user.save, if you can clearly see, it is coming to the method called set full name. Why? Because we executed a callback. We have written a callback before saving the record. Set the full name to the concatenated first name and last name, right? So this is getting called. So now if you look at the current object self.name is nil, right? Right? Yes or no?
Yes, it's nil.
Yeah.
Self.name.
Now I'll continue, C for continue. Now the execution is in line number 42. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let us see self. What is self.name? Right, Simon 1, Roland 1. So now this is being set. So I'll continue, it will get saved. Understood?
Yes.
Right? So these kind of things we do. before saving the record, you want to set the status of a particular user. For example, there is a status column or registered at column. He registered on particular date. Registered, not before save. I can't say use before save every time, right? So each and every time the registered will change. So what else can I do? Before saving a record, you want to do something, right? So these kind of things you can do using before save callback. You want to encrypt, you want to do something using in before save. Any other scenarios you encountered while before save in your project, you know?
So those are only for the model. We have also for the actions, right?
No. Those are not callbacks. Those are called filters or filter actions.
So for example, if I'm going to use before action, can I put it here in the model?
No, you can't do it in the model.
Okay, I thought it's only related to the model.
So multiple things we do. I mean, before saving a record, you want to update a particular column to something, then you can use before save. After save, you want to, after saving the record also, you want to update certain attribute values. Okay, sent and registration mail true. So whatever you want to do before saving the record and after saving the record. So in after saving the record, for example, here we are updating an attribute to multi-center true. Okay, something like that. Basically, we'll update attributes or manipulate data before actually saving the data into the database. That's where we use before save. Okay, or you want to remove while storing data. You want to remove the white spaces and store the data. Okay, you want to store it with the comma separated values before saving a record. Before saving a record, you want to set the status, user status to something, logged in, not logged in. Once he is saved, then logged in or session is true. Those kind of things you can do. Similarly, the opposite of save, after save. Generally, we don't use after save. Before save, before create, both of them can be used for the same reason. After save, seldom we use, but if you have any kind of a requirement for after save, you can use it. So let us see what examples do we have in our documentation for before save and after save, if at all.
I can use many one or two action before save.
I didn't get you.
I can use multiple action before before.
What do you mean by multiple action?
For example, would before save one action, comma, another action, comma, something like that.
Yeah, you can do that. Multiple, yes, you can do that. Yeah. You mean to say before
Yes.
save, you call multiple, no problem. It accepts any number of arguments. See, in Rails, any methods were there, right? They'll accept any number of arguments. Mostly. After validation, before validation we have, but oh, they changed complete structure in 6, I guess. So they moved before validation and after validation. Okay. Okay, since we have visited this page, let us discuss about before validation, after validation. See, mostly before validation, what we do is we try to remove white spaces and all if the username consists of white spaces, or you want, for example, there is a value. Let us see an example regarding that. Okay, last name. Is there a format kind of a thing? Format. Yeah. Its last name. Any other. I'll take manufacturer. So it should not contain white spaces is the validation, right? So name should not contain validation. So let us reload and say manufacturer okay, something like this. M dot errors. It's invalid because it contains a space. So what I can do is I can remove those in before validation. So validation will be skipped. Okay. Or the other example is, okay, let us write it first. So in this validation, before validation callback, how can I get the value of what is getting validated? It's always self, okay? Self dot name dot g sub okay, give a regular expression backslash s with nothing. So it means effectively remove white spaces. So there is, for example, there is only a single name column. People tend to write this, right? For example, like this. People tend to write with a space. So while storing it, I don't want a space. Instead, I want to put it by a comma, delimiter, these kind of stuff. Okay, then, sorry, I did not reload it. So I have to reload. So the change will take in. Ranjit Kumar. So it has inserted without a space, right?
What is the GSUB?
GSUB string method, what we discussed long time back.
You mean the regex?
This is a string GSUB.
Yeah.
I want to substitute a space with nothing.
Okay.
Substitute regular expression space with nothing. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So the classic examples in real time would be, for example, see, people tend to create they pay by credit cards, right? Debit cards, credit cards, right? So when they are trying to there is an option save this credit card for future so that your payments are faster, kind of stuff, right? Right? Hello.
Can you repeat again, please?
Credit cards for faster payments. You want to save the credit card?
Yes, I think sometimes.
Right? So that scenario, so we are saving the credit card in the database. So what they generally do is they encrypt the credit card. Before saving the credit card, they'll encrypt the credit card and store in DB. Okay. These kind of things also can be done, but before save, not before validation, before save. The user by default has a subscription, right? For example, user has a subscription. So subscription expires at a particular date. So whenever you're creating a particular user, saving a record, right? After saving the record, so he purchased a subscription for 30 days, guess. So there would be another column, subscription expiry. So dot subscription expiry is 30 days from now, right? Something like whatever the functionality you want, right? You can declare in the callbacks. So majorly the things what you don't expect the end user to do, majorly on the attributes. Majorly on the attributes, you want to manipulate data or set data, remove data, update data. That things we generally do it on the callbacks of active record. Okay. So before save, example we have seen. After save, we can do that. Before validation, we have seen. So another example for before validation would be, for example, there is a date column. Okay, date column. The date accepted is in this format. 807 2020. Okay, this format or this format. Okay, these things, or else even this format. This functionality you are giving it in your application. Yes. So whatever the user, first we'll validate for these formats, whether he is given or not. But while saving it, we'll save it. While saving it, what will we save it? We'll save it in a different format. For example, a standard format, what we accept. Something like this. That's it. So I'll write code in order to display in this fashion later. But I'll store only this. I don't want to unnecessarily store this into database and increase data. Right? So these things can be done. This is after create or before creating the record. Because if you look at the callback, right? Before validation, after validation is create. Before save, before create. So anywhere you can write this, remove those special characters and go ahead. So what did this give? Okay, what did this? Yeah. So after validation, set status. So person is having some validations, presence of name, errors.empty. After validation is done, okay, it's done. So it means there are no errors, then errors are empty or not, self-test status. If it has, true. If it doesn't have, false. Before validation. Yeah, maximum we do this remove white space kind of thing, G subbing and all this. Remove white spaces, okay, of the name or the last white space or front white space. Then generally we strip those white spaces, right? So those things we generally do as part of before validation or before validating it. Any questions on this?
It's clear for me.
Yeah. Similarly, see, before create, after create, there's an absolute no difference. Before save, before save and before create. So it's only hierarchy. You want to use any of it in order to write your code. You can use any of it. Generally, we don't have any specific like callback only before save and only after, but you can use any of it. Destroy. So before destroying a record, for example, if there is no association between certain records, okay, certain records there is no association, and after deleting this particular record, for example, manufacturer, I want to delete its. I don't want to delete actually. I want to set the association to null. It means like okay, self is a manufacturer, right? Manufacturer has many addresses, right? So example, I don't have an option of dependent destroy. Then what I have to do, I have to make the association nil, right? So I have to loop through all the addresses and not addresses, address. And what I have to do, I have to say address dot update underscore update. That's it.
Address ID.
Yes, exactly. Add addressable ID to
Null.
nil and
The type also.
type also. So those kind of things can be done. So your requirement, whatever you want to do as part of this, after deleting a record, destroying a record, after destroying a record only. So I want to do this particular thing. I want to update something else. I want to remove or update another table that this manufacturer has been deleted. I want an audit kind of a table. I have an audit kind of a table. where something is deleted, I want to insert into that table. For example, for every record deleted, that is audited into a particular table. Okay. So then what I have to do here, when it is deleted, complete delete is after destroy only, right? So I have to insert that deleted record, right? Self.name, I have to insert it. So audit dot create. Name is self.name. The record might not be. Yeah, so
to have the created at by default.
For whom?
Audit.
See, audit, I don't have any audit. I'm just giving an example. Audit as a table.
Yeah.
So audit table, I'm an instance or something like that. Whatever happened. Okay.
Okay.
Or text. Text description. So you can save this as self.name. Self.class also you can say. Self.class manufacturer with name has been deleted. Okay. You want even the timestamp at
time.now.
Yeah, your requirement, that's it. Whatever functionality you want to do, right? You can do it in the callbacks. That's what the point is, right?
Yeah.
So this is about callbacks. Similarly, after commit, if there is something you need to do after commit, for example, send an email or send a notification, something like that. Okay, after committing a particular record, then you can write code in there for that callback to be called. Okay, so this is about active record callbacks. See, in fact, we use only before save, before validation, mostly in our callbacks, and at times after destroy and before destroy also. Majorly we use before destroy, before save, before validation, and after destroy is are the major things what we use. I mean, generally we don't use other callbacks, but if at all required for your application, you can always use those. Okay, so let's, any questions? So I need to cover other couple of topics, that is resources, right? Yesterday someone asked about resources, right? I have to discuss about resources.
Yes.
So what is resources? What are resources in Rails? RESTful resources in Rails they call. So if at all you let us see product, we had created a scaffold of product, if you remember. Controllers, or just now we created addresses also. If you can see here, the auto-generated methods consist of a method called respond to do format, right? First of all, what are resources? I want to have these CRUD operations or any kind of an operations on a particular resource. So I'm taking this product as a resource, or the product model as a resource, and writing resources in the routes.rb. In here, resources, you can see products, resources, addresses. So I'll only talk about, I'll only grep for Rake routes will give me all the routes, right? I'll only grab for addresses. You can see these many addresses, these many routes. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? These are created with these HTTP verbs. That is get, post, put, patch, delete. Get is getting some data, post is posting data, patch is updating data, put is also updating data, delete is deleting. Resource. Basically, I have to say get data of resources, get post data of a resource, patch or update data of a resource, delete a resource on the server. So RESTful resources or RESTful API we call, right? So these will create around 8 methods in order to do specific operations on resources, getting data, updating data, and deleting data, basically. Posting data. By default, if you write resources, a single line in routes.rb, right? Routes.rb, write this single line, these routes will be created. Even this. You understood? So single line will create how many how many routes? 8 routes, right? Yeah, yesterday someone asked about it. So are you clear about it or no?
So if it is resource, it will be CRUD, right?
Yes. See, resources will be CRUD only, but we can extend resources also. But for now, did you understand that resources single line will write 8?
Yes, I understand.
8 routes. Okay, 8 routes and with names, addresses, new address, edit address, address. Okay, fine. Now, what are resourceful routes or resourceful methods? Resourceful methods, if you create a method as a resourceful method in the controller actions, right? You will be able to handle different types of requests. That is HTML requests, JavaScript requests, and XML requests and JSON requests. So whatever these, especially these 4 type of requests, so that you can send them the API. So API is your web API, right? I guess everyone understand what is API, web API.
No, I don't understand it. Can you write it?
API, not application, API.
Yes.
So everyone understands what is API. So what is API?
Yes, it is application program interface.
Yeah, that application programming interface, I'm not talking about specifically about API endpoints. So calling the API, that API. Web API.
API including endpoints. I don't know what is the question exactly.
Yeah, Ahmad, can you help him help others to understand what I'm talking about, the API stuff?
Yes, Ashraf, web API is a part of APIs, but it's only for web. It's an interface between web applications to communicate through.
Yes, and we work on API. Yes,
Yeah, yeah. You explained
our
APIs.
our specialist. Yes, that's what I meant. And
Okay, probably I did not understand. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So that is what, right? So you talk about more about REST API, right? And
So API.
SOAP API. So I mean to say these things. Okay. So these. So why do you need this? Basically, nowadays we are using only REST API. No one is using SOAP apart from banking applications. Okay, what is this API?
Uh, API is including an endpoint.
Okay,
We
so
create
what
an
I'll try to explain it in basic terms. So you have Gmail on your mobile. I guess everyone has a smartphone, I guess, right? Some Android,
Yes.
yeah, iPhone, whatever. So you have a Gmail application on your phone, right?
Yeah.
So that is not a browser, right? That is an Android application. You get it from Google Play Store, right?
Yes.
Yeah, take for example your application itself, Hunger Station. There is an Android application, right? So that application is getting the menu from where? Where is the images and the menu items are getting displayed? The data is coming from which place?
It's consuming from APIs.
Yeah, it is consuming from APIs. Where are the APIs located?
Um,
General sense.
yeah.
Not in
API.
detail, just in general sense. So there should be an API application existing in your server, right? Which serves this request, API request, right? And return what? My point is, what does the API endpoint return? So my point is, an endpoint, an API endpoint, generally if it is GET request, will return what?
Send request and get response.
Yes, it will return basically data, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, if it's a GET API request, right, it will return data. So data is in which format for your mobile in your application? It would be mostly as far as JSON
Yes.
format. Okay. Why do you have endpoints? Why do you have this API? Why can't you write it in single Ruby on Rails application or any Java application? Why do you need this API? Why did your company has written this API? Any idea?
Make it easy to integrate with other system.
Other system in the sense?
And so integrated between APIs.
Mm-hmm.
We integrate between the endpoints. When we integrate between two systems in our platform, we integrate between the endpoints.
What is two systems actually?
Two
What is,
APIs, sorry, two APIs.
okay, probably I don't really understand, but I'll put it in simple words.
Okay.
Today we have mobiles, right? We have mobiles. That two different types of mobiles, majorly Android, iOS, BlackBerry, if it was, and some other OSs, mobile OSs, right? Not actually Android. See, for example, MI kind of a brand has its own OS, right? Similarly, tomorrow I want to create another new OS. The thing is, whatever, and we have desktop apps or Java browser apps which can get Gmail, email also, right? The Gmail can be used as a desktop app on Mac or Microsoft, right? Gmail app. It's also a plugin for JavaScript widget. There is a Gmail widget for JavaScript also, right? So multiple applications or devices So multiple devices are able to access data, but data is only one place, right? One server. You're
Yes.
understanding? But it is giving data to multiple devices. So centralized.
Yes.
So that is why we are using APIs. Okay. So these APIs, so they'll basically give data. Whoever requests for data, valid, authentic clients, whoever requests the data, they'll give data. Their job is to give data, update data, I mean, all this kind of. Okay. So I want the same functionality in our Ruby on Rails application. So in order to do that, I need to create RESTful resources. So I have to create resources. So it means I created a resource product. I'm going to give data as API in a specific format, in a JSON format. Or XML also can give, but nowadays only JSON format. If you can see here, respond to do format is the key method in here. If respond to do format, if the request is coming from HTML, this method is smart enough to know like request is coming from which device. It is coming from HTML. It will show the HTML format, this one. It will execute this part. If the request is for JSON format, it will execute this piece. If the request is for some other XML, tomorrow another format also might come. Okay. Something like this. Format XML. Understood? So let us see with an example what it creates. So I have products, I guess. I have products in the table. Reload. Yeah, I have products. So in order to call an API, I need to have a client. So I'll come out, I'll have a terminal shell, new window entirely. Okay. So this is a new window. I'm not in the sample app. Okay. Or I can do it from another laptop also. I'm not in the sample app. I am using IRB now. Okay. Nothing to do with, okay. And also Ruby version is 2.1.1. I'm not anywhere related to sample app. Okay. I will use another. I'll use 2.3.1. I guess I have REST client in that case. See, REST client is a gem. Okay, I'll use the current one. Okay, there is no REST client in this machine, I guess. Gem install
This
REST
client.
client. So I'll explain why you are using this. Okay, it is not able to find REST client. Okay, REST icon client is the name. Okay, so what is this REST client? So this REST client is used to call APIs.
It's taking URL and parameters.
Exactly. We'll give a URL. It will return. Okay.
When initialize the REST client need the URL to initialize.
Yes, and it will give the response. If I make a call to the REST API, it will return the response. So REST client is one library. This I'm using only to show you how to call it. If any of you as Android and iOS developers, you'll use HTTP client in iOS and Android applications, okay, to call those APIs. So in Ruby we have REST client. So this REST client I have it. So now I'll go to IRB. See, this is IRB, not
Rails,
console. Yes, not Rails console. Require REST client true. So I say REST client dot get. And give the URL http. Okay, let me copy it directly. This one. So if I say this one, let us see client response.
No, I have to say client first. So I have to define client.
So this is the body. There is an issue actually. So what is the issue? Application layout model. Are you sure? Products 3 destroy Corolla, right? You can see it displayed the same old HTML. See, but I don't want to get HTML. I mean, if at all you want HTML also, you can get the response like that, but I don't want to get HTML. Okay. I want to get JSON data.
I have to write require JSON. In Ruby, require JSON, same require REST client.
No, not required for this example. Okay. This is JSON data, right?
Yes.
Now you can do as you said, JSON dot parse. That's what you do, right?
RSV body.
Yeah, I need to require JSON now because IRB I forgot. Require JSON, right? This is your JSON.
Yeah.
This is what you do. So this data, am I connected to our application? No, right? I'm not connected. I'm not doing it from Rails console or sample app. I'm doing it from
IRB.
yeah, different directory altogether.
Yeah.
Not related to the app at all. But I'm getting the data of Civic and all these products in JSON, right? Because see the URL. What did I ask? Dot JSON. Let us go to routes and see how this is given. Yeah, you can see here dot format, right? Dot format. So this is dot JSON dot. If you don't give anything, it's HTML. Dot XML. Let us give XML now. Let us call in here with XML. See, I don't have anything to respond to XML, but I'll try to give it. Yeah, not accepted.
Because XML, I think we use it with SOAP request.
No need. You
No,
don't.
no, this is not listed here in the format. Not listed. Only JSON and HTML.
Yes, you're right. Only JSON and HTML are listed. So I can write format. If someone asks for XML format, I guess it is 2.xml. It's been a long time back. I worked on this XML. Okay. So let us, there is no requirement of reload. What happened?
I think XML not with REST client, with
SOAP
another gem to consume XML.
No.
consume XML. That's what I was saying for a little bit.
No, not really. Actually, I used to do. We used to do it. There is one method where we return XML in Rails. Actually,
Because most of REST is using JSON, but another request can use XML. For SOAP is can XML. Always
Dot to
using
XML method. 1 second. To XML method. Something would be there. So let me check. Check tools and see. 1 second. Okay, I'll just give product to XML. Okay, render XML, they changed it to render. They changed the format to render dot render XML to this. Now the 2XML more.
I think you can use another gem with Saver.
Hemant, I see you modifying the create. This is accessing the index.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yes, you are right. So I have to create a dot XML. Okay, one thing I'll do. So let me do it. For show also we have so JSON.builder is what it responds by default. Similarly, XML builder will be there. Let me check the documentation quickly for XML builder in Rails. Okay.